Good evening. It's Saturday night and I'm feeling all right. Hope you're doing well out there. I don't know what I'm doing here really, apart from streaming on StreamYard. I thought StreamYard was something, I thought the name of it was something to do with a duck, but it has got a duck as an image for some reason. And I kept on putting duck in the search. But it hasn't got anything to do with a duck really. And I don't know why it's got a duck there. I didn't plan to do this. I didn't plan to do anything at all. It's been a weird kind of day. They mostly are nowadays. The lighting's terrible, isn't it? I need to get some lighting sorted out. I'm going to do the invite thing. How do I do that? Copy the invite and then paste. How do I do that? I've copied it, so how do I paste it? Oh, that's the invite. That's the invite. That's the invite for the stream, folks. Ladies and germs. Monsieur, Mesdames, Herren und Damen. What else can you say? Y'all. Coming up fairly soon. I can't believe it's happy St. David's Day to everyone, and I hope you had a good one. I hope it's been the best one so far. I got a Tesco's order in, and what's this called? Sauvignon Blanc from New Zealand. It's lovely. It's got a very sort of lemony flavour to it. If anybody wants to come on and have a chat about anything really, but you know, we've got the thing coming up on the 17th in Liverpool, which I'm going to be going to, and I hope lots of people are going. I did see a little somebody said oh, it's changed to London, but then somebody said no, it hasn't. So I hope it hasn't changed, but I'll be going to Liverpool anyway. It's reminding me of a folk song, Bound from Liverpool, Never to Return, or something like that. But I've never been to Liverpool before. It looks like a nice place, interesting place, a lot of history. Won't be there that long though. It's quite a long way to go, but from where I am. But it's important to go there, I think. Oh, hi, Rian Tiger Lady. Is it Ryan or Rian? I'd say Rian, perhaps. Oh, you're from Liverpool, Dan. Yeah, I hope to see you there. Yeah, I'd like to go. I've known and welcome everybody who's watching. Anybody wants to chat? Yeah. Oh, that's fantastic. It would be great to see you. Great to meet you all, and we're all there for sort of a common purpose, aren't we? Really. Although I can't help thinking sometimes it's bigger than even what we're doing. It's kind of a bigger purpose. I'm always surprised that anyone's here, that anyone would. I thought I'd just do this as a last minute thing because I'm a bit. Anybody would like to, I suppose I should prepare something for a stream, should you? Or should you just let it happen? Do you think you should just let it happen? It seems to have worked well before. That's great, Rian and Dan and everyone else who's there in the stream or the chat. It's worked well before when people have just come on and just talked. I'm not that good at leading things. I like just something to happen organically. It seems to have worked before, but there's so many people that, yeah, I'll just do me. That's it. That's very kind. Thank you. So I hope you're having a good night, everyone. A good Saturday night. It's been quite sunny down here in Somerset. I'm in South Somerset, quite near Taunton. Taunton is the nearest big town. I don't go there very much, but it's a pretty big place. I've not been there much at all, really. It's not, go there to the train station, you know. When I go up to Wales, Somerset is lovely. Yeah, it is lovely. But I was looking at Liverpool and I see that I booked this hotel. This what do you call it? What's that chain of hotels called? Not Premier Inn, the other one. Oh God, I forgot the name of it. They're all over the country, you know. It was quite a good deal, really. About 40 quid or something. I've forgotten the name of it. Not Premier Inn. Thanks, Dan. Thank you. I'm just forgetting. I'm just forgetting everything. But I noticed, I looked at the map and all the docks is quite nearby and all that stuff. So I have a little wander around, hoping to meet some friends, or one friend, or possibly two, that I haven't seen for about. It must be 35 years I've not seen them face to face. But they're in Manchester, but it's not that far over from Manchester, I don't think, is it, to Liverpool? I think it's about an hour or so, or just under an hour. So, are you in Liverpool as well, Rian? Am I pronouncing that right, Rian? Is it Rian or Ryan? Rian. 45 minutes by the train from Manchester. Yeah, I've been to Manchester. I've never been to Liverpool. I've been to Manchester a few times over the years. Rian, yeah, that's lovely. It's a lovely name. And gosh, there's 20 people watching, and I haven't got anything to. I think if I prepared to do this, I probably wouldn't do it because I'd get a bit nervous and everything, because it's a bit different to doing a video. Do you know where the protest is on exactly? Well, Rian, it's, as far as I'm aware, it was said it's going to be outside the town hall at 9:30 in the morning, or it's also said 9 o'clock in the morning, but 9:30 I'm going with the original thing was, outside Liverpool Town Hall, which seems to be about 5-minute walk from this travel lodge, which is quite handy. Tinkle Tink, I need to start clicking on some. It's funny to see all the anti-Lucy Letby social media channels are very quiet. Yeah, they are. A lot of them are. I was banned for 3 days on Reddit. Oh my gosh. A mod on the Lucy reported me for telling them to grow up. Well, hi Crystal. Hi Tinkle Tink, and hi everyone else. Hi Crystal, hope you're doing well. Hope you're all doing well. Castle Street. Yeah, Castle Street. And I've forgotten what the name of where that travel lodge is now. But the train station just seems to be up the road. I looked. Castle Street. You haven't lived in. You haven't had a ban. You haven't lived in. You haven't had a ban. Oh, you haven't lived if you haven't had a ban. No, sorry. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Oh God, I used to remember when I was on Twitter these last years gone, I kept on getting, before Elon Musk took over, I kept on getting the account shut down. But I'm not on it anymore. But I'm hoping, I think people are hopefully still talking about, you know, everything that's going on there. But do you know, the private eye, you got a lifetime ban from Twitter. If I had a hat on, I'd take it off. That's pretty impressive. That's good. You got to. I don't know how do they. I don't know how they can police a lifetime ban, because surely I probably had about 15, 20 Twitter accounts over the years, and I just think you could just make up an email address. I mean, if they link it to the telephone, maybe it's a bit harder. I'll just click hi Bryn and Tinkle and everyone. Change how justice needs to change. Yeah. Never cage an angel. Doc B last night. Oh, yeah. They all said head in the sand. Yeah. Well, I think so. Yeah. I mean, who is it who? Somebody left me a comment. Oh, they took it back after 6 months. Yeah, I don't think they can. To do it for a whole lifetime is bizarre, isn't it? Cheers, Bryn. Well, I can't remember who said it now. I'm ever so sorry because I can't always remember things, but somebody said that somebody else they knew had seen one of the other ones, Jairam, and that he didn't look too well or something, that he looked didn't look good. And it made me think, I think I replied to the comment in as much as to say, well, you know, if they're carrying the weight of all that, they've got to know. I mean, it's just that thing with Breary the other night. I didn't plan to do it. It's just it came. Anyway, I'll say that in a minute. I don't want to. I'll keep up with the. Hi Liz, and hi Jimmy, and hi everyone. Hi Liz, and lovely to see you all. To anyone attending, just look out for any counter-protest issue. Yeah, you know whose side the police will be on. Well, yeah, absolutely. Play the smart game. That's good advice. I'd heard through another gentleman that I'm friends with that there was a rumour that there was going to be some kind of counter thing. I heard they all met, J and B, and C. Let me click on that as well. Oh, sorry. I've got to get better at this. I heard they all met, J and B, at a conference before they went to the police. Well, yeah, I can believe that. Well, there was that that thing from the Welsh Paediatric Society. I know that Gibbs was there, or Mr. Gibbs. They call me Mr. Gibbs. Apparently, he's becoming a priest now or something. I mean, how do you square that? How do you square that with your conscience? And what was that thing about not bearing false witness? You know, you know what I mean. Sorry, and all that. Tinkle Tink says it's very strange. The prosecution starts off with a bias that she's guilty, and instead of looking for the truth, no, it's an injustice. I absolutely agree with you, Tinkle Tink. Totally agree with that. And that's what they did. That's what they did. What happened to the Paul Hughes video, Mark? The one with, yeah, I was looking at that the other day. I think I go through these things where I think, oh God, I better take that off, or I've still got, I might reload it up. I've still got it on my computer. Let's just have a bit of wine. I get a bit nervous doing these lives. I need a bit of the old wine, you know. But I've got it on the computer. I might reload it up. Yeah, I might. I just saw it the other day and I thought, oh God, oh dear. You've got to wonder. Yeah, did I put Ryan's thing? Yeah, that conference. I mean that. But they were talking about it with people. We know that from where do we know it from? Thirlwall, I think. That Breary said he was talking to colleagues at Alder Hay. And if he was cheers, Dan. Yeah, I mean, it's just. I know it's you know when you get the trolls in and they go, well, oh, it's not a laughing matter. You're talking about the death of. It's not that. It's not. We're not. The satire obviously isn't laughing about that. It's not laughing about the issue. It's the absurdity of some of these characters they're just really. You heard the reporter talking about it, Ryan. Yeah, they went to that like a meeting beforehand, a conference. Thanks for that. And then Jimmy says, I'll put the link in again if anybody would like to join me. No pressure. Never any pressure. Always a pleasure, never a chore. See, this is why I drink, you see. It loosens me up. Jimmy Civil says, they may bring the start time forward. People said 9:30 was too late as the media will already be inside. Oh, I see what you mean. So maybe it will be, because then I think the lady, I can't remember her name. She's got an Irish name, isn't she? From the Spartacists. She says 9:30 on the poster, but then it says 9 o'clock, I think, later on in the video. So maybe I'll probably get there I'll go for I was going to say something, I've got to remember this is on YouTube and it's not private, is it? Although I can make it private, but I put it straight on YouTube. But I was going to say, I'll see if Spoons is open, because I've already figured out where the Spoons are. There's 3 in the area. Obviously, the people in Liverpool know this. And I thought I'd go there for the old bottle of Blossom Hill before, in order to kind of calm down, I'm just joking. When I used to go to the Spoons around in Worcester and other places, they used to go there at 9 in the morning for a breakfast, and people would be on I've done it myself, I'm not mocking it, I've done it myself, but we call it the Blossom Hill Club because they sell the old Blossom Hill. And I was always amazed they could sell these bottles of Blossom Hill in the pub for about £6, about the same price as you get it in a supermarket. But they probably buy them for about a couple of quid, don't they, the Blossom Hill? Anyway, that's the Blossom Hill Club. He looked like Saddam Hussein when finally caught. Who's that, sorry? Have I surrounded with sin? He lost weight. Oh, Doc J, yeah. Well, that's right. I think they're well, you'd imagine they'd be worried. Hi, Tasha Creates. Nice to see you, and nice to see everybody. Gosh, it's 36 people. Wow, that makes me nervous. Oh, hi, it's Mervyn. So I'm gonna Mervyn is going to come on. I'm going to add Mervyn to the stage now. He's been doing lots of amazing videos. His Mr. Ben one was absolutely amazing. I'm gonna try and keep up with the chat as well. Good evening, Mervyn. Great to see you.
Hiya. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, coming through loud and clear.
How are you, Mark?
I'm not too bad, and I'm going to try to split my attention. And you're doing okay yourself? Yeah, I was just saying about Mr. Ben was absolutely fantastic. How you did that.
Thanks. Yeah, some of your recent ones have been annoyingly good as well.
Well, it's just there's just so much. It shouldn't be. Can anybody think? I'm going to try to keep on top of the chat as well if I can. And oh, cheers, Tasha. I appreciate that. So I was going to say, can anybody think of any other situation with I can't think of any other word than case, but where there's been so much come at it so soon? I can't think of anything like this. Is unique, isn't it? What do you think, Mervyn?
Well, yeah, it's interesting because what it is about Lucy is that it was so innocent. Whereas you've heard these cases of miscarriage of justice before, but inevitably the person had been was like a gang member or something. They were probably involved in some way or other.
Yeah.
But this one, how do you go from being so innocent, and I'm talking about not even not even a parking ticket against your name, and this is the thing that upset me so much. It's like, what chance would you and I have if this happened to us, if we had if you had like just some sort of record for common assault or just any slight personality blemish.
Absolutely.
And she was so squeaky clean, and yet, boom, 15 counts of murder, and the woman didn't even She doesn't even like reading her personal text messages. There's nothing in there. It's
There's
like
nothing.
they're all family friendly.
Exactly, Mervyn. It's staggering. I thought, I said it. Well, I thought about it for a long time, that it was like they've actually gone for the most innocent person that they can possibly find.
And I've never
seen
anything.
Almost in a perverse kind of way,
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it.
It's extraordinary, and somehow it's kind of worked for them to a certain degree. It's kind of worked. Hi, Carl. Hi, Liz. Hi, everybody. Hi, Human Animal. Just keeping up with everyone there. Lovely to see you. If anybody else wants to come on, I think we can have Human Animal. That's great. I love these names. That's why I might change my name to something a bit more interesting than my name.
I'd be interested if we could get someone who actually thinks she's guilty on.
I'd be up for that. I'd be up for that. As long as it's not, it doesn't dissent. As long as we can just talk about it and go over it, because it would be good in a way to have the kind of challenge of that in an appropriate way, wouldn't it? I think.
Yeah.
I mean, as opposed to what I mean is, as opposed to somebody coming in and saying stuff like, "Oh, but she admitted it, though." I mean, I don't think I could go over that anymore. You could, we could, but I mean, it's a short conversation, and it's like, no, she didn't. No, she didn't.
No, but I mean, it'd be good if there was someone who knew quite a lot about the case, like Liz Hull or someone who could come on.
Oh God, yeah. Well,
someone who knows a lot about the case and still, for some reason, thinks she's guilty. Just so I can understand the psyche.
That's an interesting point, and it makes me wonder. Talking about the psyche or the psychology behind it, is that what was I going to say? That to what degree do they actually believe it, or are they so invested in a line they just don't feel they're really invested in their position? I mean, like with John, with crime scene to courtroom, it's literally his business. People have invested in him.
But he didn't need to be.
He didn't need to be. He didn't need to be. No.
He's actually shooting himself in the foot, surely, because
I think so.
He was a neutral guy, just reading if he just read the transcripts, he would get respect from both sides, surely. If he just because you've seen some of my videos, and lots of us, we are actually using John's transcripts to make our points as well.
Right, yeah,
when he is reading them out.
He's bought them all, isn't he? So we might as well.
Well, he said that, but then he mentioned in his latest video, he's just bought some more. That's why he waited like 2 weeks or whatever before commenting, because he bought some more. So I don't know how many are we missing?
He's buying them in different languages. He's probably buying them in Cyrillic and in Russian and everything.
I'm surprised we haven't got a website by now. I mean, there only needs to be one copy. And then someone like David Davis uploads it somewhere.
Well, that's true, and
I don't think that's happened yet.
Beg your pardon. Yeah, I've got to get used to not interrupting, because I'm so used to speaking on mine. But so. Absolutely, Mervyn, or why not the New Yorker, if they paid for it, make it kind of an accessible thing, and unless when you buy it there's some rule because they want to keep selling it, it's like a product to the people. Weirdly, is there a rule to say, well, you can buy, but then is John breaking that rule if that is the case? Are you allowed to disseminate it once you got one copy?
I can't imagine there being a copyright rule on it, but you might be right, but I doubt it.
I don't know. There's just coming up in the chat what Liz is saying. Cup of tea with poetry. Liz is saying, so Human Animal, if you would like to come on and have a chat in light of what Mervyn and I were just talking about, if you want to talk about your views on it.
Yeah, she's good looking as well.
It'd be absolutely.
She's Gelter.
Did you know Human Animal, Mervyn?
I've seen her. She's Australian, and
right. I hope that's on a video.
Yeah.
Oh right. Well, okay. If you want to talk about Human Animal, we're not going to be horrible or anything. Obviously not.
Well, I might be, but no.
Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I can't speak for Mervyn. No.
I can't help myself.
I know. I mean, well, Human Animal says about the topic. Well, the topic, when I first came on, it was just me drinking. That was all it was. But it obviously moves towards the general topic of conversation of what we're mostly here about, which is the ongoing injustice and saga of injustice, really. So yeah, we're talking about Nurse Lucy Letby and the fact that I would imagine most people in here, the 45 people, believe that she's innocent, or at the very least believe that she didn't get a fair trial. I can nuance it.
There is always a danger of getting stuck in your own bubble of feedback if you're only sharing your opinion with people of like-mindedness.
Well, that's true. Human Animal says Mark shared my video calling me an idiot. No hard feelings. I apologise for that. That was intemperate of me. I didn't need to do that, and I apologise for that. Everyone's got the right. I know people have got the right to their views, and it does bring up a lot of strong feelings talking about this. But so I withdraw that, and I'm sorry for saying that.
Well, that's another thing about. So you've got now this group of people who are, when she does get released, and the courts do say side with her. You have got to now sort of forgive and forget. I know it is easy to hold a grudge or whatever, but let's talk about that red-handed podcast the other day.
The big one that was
the big one. Yeah, they had like 100,000 views or something, and I think Carl Perkins was.
He did a feedback on it, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, I'll be honest. I didn't see their previous video. So apparently they were very unpleasant about her and saying hope she rots in jail and or whatever. But now that they have come out and they actually done a brilliant job of explaining everything. They've done a great job of it. Now that they have come out and changed their mind, I really think you need to welcome them in a bit, rather than say, oh, you doubted before. I mean, you've got to draw a line somewhere, because if everyone carries on with thinking she's guilty, even when she's exonerated and then let out, she's probably in a no better position, because that's what I didn't like in the first place. It wasn't the fact that she was in prison. It was the fact that everyone thought she was this monster. And if people carry on thinking she's this monster, I think we just need to embrace anyone who's had the courage to change their mind.
I absolutely take your point. I remember from Carl's, I don't know if Carl's still in the room, but I remember from his feedback video, he said, and he was upset, and I, like you, I didn't see the original video, but he said that they were kind of almost like gloating and wishing her terrible things would happen to her in prison. That was kind of exacerbating the chances of her being attacked, etc. And that what they failed to do in their revised video was fully acknowledge the potential dangers that they'd put her in. If I hope I'm not misquoting Carl, but that was the kind of gist of it as I remember. But they kind of failed to do that kind of thing. But perhaps can we expect them to do that? It would have been good, probably, you know. But I take your point absolutely, that if they, and you know, and that's been viewed, is it about 80,000 times? So it's not going to harm things if they are trying to influence other people. That's
80,000 people re-educated.
Hopefully, certainly some of them within that. I'm just going to human, animals, same things. I don't know whether you want to come on, and we are stuck with a legal mess, though, aren't we? Lee was rejected for the appeal, and now there's a conflict of interests. What do you think about that, Mervyn? I need to think about that. I need another drink to think about.
I don't know. A lot of people seem to think that Shu Lee's team are somehow working for the defence when they're working. It's pro bono, which means they're doing it for free, and they're only doing it because they think. Well, they were commissioned to take a look at them, and they were going to release the results whether they pointed to her guilt or not. So
that's right. I mean,
they're as neutral as can be. Their international team, and probably 3/4 of them had never even heard of Lucy Letby, because, you know, she's not a big name in Japan and Sweden.
That's what Shu Lee said himself. He said, it wasn't a huge story over there. I think it's become a really bigger story. That the story, if I can use that term, is becoming bigger now. I put up on posts a few videos, one from Russia, one from Germany, and the news story is the idea of this terrible injustice. That's what the story is now, if you're going to think of it as a story. That's what's growing legs, as it were, and really gaining momentum, I think. Have you noticed that yourself?
Yeah, and it's causing international embarrassment, which is good, really.
Yes, it is, isn't it, of the whole system, of the whole judicial system.
Oh, did you see? Oh, Tom Evans is here. He'd done a great video where he breaks down Liz Hull's podcast, The Trial of Lucy Letby.
I haven't seen it yet. I've got it on my list.
Really, I know there's so much out there. It was so good. I had to comment twice. Where you know they're annoying, right? But you can't pinpoint what is so annoying about them speaking, and then Tom will tell you exactly. And he actually raised a couple of points that I've not heard before about the double standards that were applied to Lucy Letby. Specifically, when Lucy Letby was saying, "Oh, this baby's not going to make it," they were claiming that was ominous and something negative because she knew that she was going to murder the baby or something. But yet when another nurse said exactly the same thing, it was just expressed as concern by another nurse. And and there was a couple of double standards that Tom Evans raised about that. And he just done a brilliant takedown about Liz Hull's and Caroline Cheatham's coverage, because let's not forget that they got an award for this podcast, and the bias that was placed on it, but it was it's almost subconscious bias. You couldn't, like, when listening to it, you sort of know it sort of felt bias, and then Tom will tell you exactly what it is that they're saying that is not right, and it's just worth listening to. It's a lot of 15-minute video or something, but I loved it.
I'm going to listen to that, and I do want to. I did watch one or two others of Tom's, or certainly one, and that kind of detail is always. I mean, that's the whole nature of this, is that everything everything that anyone else does, which would be the same that Nurse Lucy Letby is accused of, is just shone through a different filter and a different
Facebook
color.
searches.
Everything is just the way, you know, if she happened to, it could be anything, that they'd pounce on anything, you know, to and darken it really. So and this whole idea about her, the whole thing about, who's that other journalist, the BBC one, the main
Judith
one?
Moritz. Oh God!
Yeah, you know.
My sister just bought me her book, and I as a gift.
Oh my God!
I could, you know, I obviously just said thank you very much. Dr. McConville actually mentioned that it's actually not a bad read. You know, it's not too biased. It's quite even. So I will have a read and
have a read of it.
It was a gift from my sister, who's a nurse. Who, you know?
Oh, she's a nurse.
Yeah.
Can I ask you? Have you discussed this with your sister from the nursing?
Yeah, all the time. All the time, and I'd share. There was one time I was showing my sister. I said, "Look, the BBC were doing a hit piece on her, saying, you know, here's her text messages." And it was the time when they had text messages saying, like, someone had texted Lucy saying, "I've just been watching a crime thing," and then Lucy said, "Yeah," and said, "Oh, there's a couple of people I'd like to murder," talking about the doctors. And I showed that to my sister, and I said, "Look, they're thinking." I said, "Look, what do you think about this?" And my sister said, "God, imagine if they got hold of my text messages."
That's exactly it. If people knew stuff I can see it on
YouTube. She was saying, like, you know, that's nothing. That's nothing compared to the stuff that I write.
And you mentioned Dr. McConville there, and in one of his podcasts, he says this thing about there's a kind of gallows humor in hospital because they got to deal with all this death and near death, different situations, black humor. And he said this idea that he said probably in every hospital there's someone who is either secretly or overtly referred to as Dr. Death or Nurse Death, and it's kind of almost like this kind of dark humor that goes around. I mean, I don't know if I've not worked in that setting, but I can believe that, you know, there's all kinds of
I'm sure the hospital themselves didn't think there was anything up with the allegations. I mean, I logged on because I was about to maybe make a video about the phone call with Lucy Letby's father with Stephen Cross, and I'm just going to read one sentence.
Yeah, please.
Mr. Cross assured Mr. Letby. So this is the 19th of January 2018. Mr. Stephen Cross assured Mr. Letby that he doesn't underestimate this, talking about the worry that the parents had about Lucy, and reassured Mr. Letby that all Lucy Letby has done is her job. And I just think that tells you everything, doesn't it?
Well, it absolutely does. And all that stuff that came out at Thirlwall about the nurses saying that, you know, and we've had elements of it all the way through, that Lucy was sorry, Lucy was straight down the middle. She did everything by the book. That was what has been said again and again and again. To see what Tom Evans saying, I don't understand how Lee has a conflict of interest. Wouldn't it be quite nice for him if his paper had been genuinely used to catch a major killer?
That's a good point, because if he's trying to dispute his own work when he could have used it as an accreditation to say, look, my paper convicted the biggest serial killer. Great point. Great point, Tom.
I mean, the difference between him and Evans is that he's got a conscience. He's got a conscience, you know, and the other person hasn't. I don't believe has a conscience at all. But, you know, I know people might have a different views of Evans about what kind of type of bloke he is, but he doesn't strike. He just, I don't know. Very, very odd guy. and quite dangerous.
Mark, did you see my latest video with the owls?
I haven't. I saw it come up.
Yeah, I want you to see it.
I will watch it. You've done something with the
I've
owls.
done a comedy.
This is it. Why is it that there's so many? It's kind of absurdity, isn't it? It's the dark absurdity of it. It's got so many potential inroads for dark absurdity here. That tells you that I don't think we'd be doing stuff like that if there was this kind of real. It was a real. Oh well, we're not sure. Didn't have a. I think it's so obvious that it's just such a stitch up.
Yeah.
It's such a stitch up that there's a kind of confidence that goes with the satire about it. And otherwise we wouldn't approach it like that at all, especially to do with, you know.
Like when you're watching the Operation Hummingbird video, you get. I used to think that there was just so much evilness and malice, and then you just suddenly realise it's just stupidity, don't you? When looking at these officers, there's so much.
Yes,
so much of it is driven by stupidity and not malice.
It is
a mixture of both.
It's hard. I don't know exactly what it is. In those kind of organisations, there's a lot of incentive to be successful in there, to get this next job. They see it as a big kind of. It's a big feather in their cap. There's a lot of money attached to it, a lot of overtime attached to it. They feel they're part of something really important as well. Once they get their teeth into it, can you imagine? Like, they've been doing it for 2 years. Let's say it's down in 2019, end of 2019, and suddenly they go, "Hold on, this Evans guy is a nutter. He's given us 50 other cases that we can't do anything with. We can't rely on him at all. We've got to drop all this. There's nothing here." They're not. It's almost like this. What's that called? That fallacy when you keep doing the same thing. An investment fallacy. There's a term for it. I can't think of what the term is. It means when you've invested so much time or energy or money into something, you just you keep going in the same direction even though it's wrong. Some kind of fallacy anyway. But Ginny Thwaite says Lee was conflicted. I agree with this. Because his old paper was used to convict someone, wrongly, not because he was rejected by the appellate court. So Tom was saying he could have used his old paper being used to convict someone as an accreditation itself, which would have been good for him had she been guilty, but obviously. I mean, at that meeting, he goes, I don't like court cases. I don't have anything to do with them. He goes, another point, he goes, I don't know anything about the police. It's not his world, is it? Whereas it's Evans's whole world. It's been his world for 25 years, you know.
Could you pull up something Humanimals is saying about Lucy was being a hypocrite, 11:37 p.m.
11:37, I've got to scroll down there. Karen's here as well. I'll just put hi Karen, hi Human Animal. 11:33. I'm sorry I can't keep up with everybody in the chat at the moment, but 11:37.
So about the Datex thing, I believe Lucy also used to shop herself in it as well, not just her colleagues.
I agree, Mervyn. We've had testimony of that from her colleagues themselves, which is in these recent Thirlwell release of the full nurse testimonies. Human Animal. It's funny calling you Human Animal. I don't. That's not your name, is it? But
But think about you're only doing it to try and improve. It's not about shopping someone. You just the system is there. The system is there for a reason.
Well, it's there for a reason, but you know how these worlds work. It's like, well, we know it's there, but you shouldn't be doing it really, otherwise it makes it look bad. It's
like an incident report at work where if you put in a near miss, although you're trying to save someone's life, really it's a blemish on the company, isn't it?
Well, it is. So there's kind of a built-in incentives to at one and the same time to have it there, and then show it off as an idea, but don't actually use it. Don't practice. But whatever you do, don't actually do it. Don't do what it's supposed to be. And I think Lucy was someone who did it absolutely religiously, and that's what made her stand out, because she's putting the babies right at the top of her priority, rather than, the idea that it should be criticised for a mistake.
And one of the mudslinging things is, in her career, she once, they talked about, gave 10 times as much morphine or something by accident. And
well, she was still sort of in training then. She was about to do, but it's like that could, and Dr. McConville said that kind of thing, when you're being supervised, and that's the point of her being supervised. She didn't actually
one, the baby was fine. Two, in a how many years had she been doing it by then? Maybe 6 or 8 or something. It's one mistake. That's what they happen. And this whole notion of 10 times as much. Well, 0.01 is 10 times as much as 0.001, which is what they were probably trying to do.
Yes, it's not like
imagine it's extremely common for that sort of thing to happen. And I mean, what are they trying to say? That she was trying to kill that one? I mean, what are they trying? What's the point? What is even the point of mentioning it?
Well, if they're mentioning it in the context of, oh, this looks more sinister, well, they can't have it both ways. They've got to choose one or the other. If it's about the idea it's a mistake, then that doesn't feed into the sinister at all, obviously. But I think they always want their cake and eat it. It's just the idea, oh well, it could have been sinister. We just couldn't get her for it. There's always a shadow behind it now, and that's the game they're playing. That's the whole witchcraft dynamic that's going on that they're using. I think.
Of all the people to try and mudsling against, I mean, they couldn't find anything at all.
What's that? Say that again, Mervyn.
Of all the people that they're trying to throw mud against, they couldn't find anything at all, because after speaking to all of her friends, they all said she's nice, and they couldn't dig up a single piece of dirt. And I mean, was that the best they got? She once overprescribed something. Is that the worst they've got on her?
Yeah,
it just tells you everything.
Exactly, Mervyn. Tom Evans says the fact they brought it up at the morphine era at Thirlwall smacks of desperation, and that's exactly right. I'll just read Liz's comment here as well. It's mentioned on Private Eye video how the nurses have come forward saying that they look up parents of babies up on Facebook because they get to know them on the unit and want to see how they're doing exactly. And it's a generational thing as well. Thanks, Liz.
And Mark, I noticed you got on some of your videos, you got 3,000 grief hunts. Let's not call them views. Let's call them grief hunts.
Well, that's me all over in it. So it's probably I'm an accessory to something or other. During and after, before the fact.
I've just said I've never heard this term of I'm going on Instagram or so. I'm just going to have a quick grief hunt.
The grief hunt.
Grief hunt.
That was the angle of a lot of the trolls throughout, is the idea that that's the ghoul and the misfit thing, is the idea that somehow because you're sympathetic to the idea there's an injustice, you're actually secretly in favour of murder. Is the kind of you're adjacent to the idea of being in favour of murder of children or anyone. That's the kind of idea that they're going with.
Yeah, so we've known for a while that the Thirlwall inquiry deliberately weren't going to. So we know they were cherry picking the nurses to take evidence from, because I think Private Eye were telling us they handed out like questionnaires or something, and when one of the nurses said, I think the treatment of Lucy has been disgusting and she's innocent, they didn't call her for they didn't call her to give evidence in in the inquiry, and so they've already cherry picked who they were going to call in the inquiry, and then it's come out that of those that have been cherry picked, even their statements have been edited.
Yeah, absolutely. Operation Merlin Falcon is going to try to come on, which would be fantastic as well. Human Animal says here, did others write initials of dead babies in their diary?
Well,
For
she didn't write initials of dead babies in her diary. She wrote LD, which meant long day. Unless all the babies were called LD.
Yeah, because I think you had that in. Did you have that in your video recently?
Yeah,
You did that, didn't you? I mean, Human Animal. Are you saying that there were other specific initials used outside of the LD notes? Are you saying that they were there? I mean, and if so, how many and for what purpose do you think they were there?
Yeah, Humanimals, why don't you come on, because it seems a bit harsh for us to be able to talk about what you're saying, and it's almost unfair to you if we're able to talk, and
that's true. Yeah, that's a good point, Mervyn, in a way, because it kind of it needs you then to write something maybe about 5 minutes later, and then we might miss it, and it almost, it's like there's not a parity here that we ideally would have. But if you want to come on, please come on. We're not evil. We're not ghouls and misfits. Well, I'm a bit of a misfit, but I don't think, we're not ghouls anyway. OMF is here. I'm going to add Operation Merlin Falcon is in the building, and he's just about to arrive onto the stage. And welcome, OMF. Great to see you.
Hello, everyone. How are you doing?
He's got his Lucy Letby lights up.
Beautiful.
You like that?
I love it. I love what you've done with a wonderful microphone and the setup you've got there, Operation Merlin Falcon.
Well, I appreciate it. How's the volume on that, Mark? Can you hear me?
I think it's pretty good. Do you think it's okay, Marvin?
Yeah,
and chat,
okay.
Is it all right for everyone? Operation Merlin Falcon's volume, is it all right for everyone? I think they'll let us know, won't they? There's 58 people now in the chat, which is great, or in watching, as I should say. How are you feeling about things? I don't know whether to call you OMF or Operation Merlin Falcon, or can I call you Merlin, or shall I use your name? I don't know what's the best thing.
Merlin's fine. I know it kind of it may get a little confusing with Mervyn and Merlin, but yeah, Merlin's fine.
Merlin and Mervyn. That's right.
Yeah, someone's told me I should rename my channel Operation Mervyn Falcon.
Hey, I think that would be a great idea.
That would be good. That would be good. So I just want to catch up with you, Merlin, about. I'm a bit behind with your videos, but you got something. What's some of the more recent things you've been doing? If I could ask you that, please.
I think the latest thing that I had done was Dr. Gilby's testimony, which I found that rather shocking, actually, that at the Thirlwall inquiry that they left the part out that was most important. And the most important part of that, if you haven't watched the video, I kind of touched on it at the end, and it wasn't a lengthy video. As you guys know, I don't do lengthy videos, so try to keep them short, grab folks' attention to get the word out more so than make long videos and miss the message, if that makes sense.
It absolutely does, Merlin. And I haven't watched the video yet. Would it be all right? I don't want to spoil the video in case other people want to watch it, but could you sort of say briefly what was the important part that you feel was missed out? Is that all right?
Absolutely, Mark. I think the most important part about that was with Dr. Gilby not testifying about the harassment and the bullying that she experienced at that hospital, at the Countess of Chester Hospital. That's the part that was left out. And we all know that that was synonymous with what it appears Lucy Letby was going through for many months, if not years, prior to all this, coming to a point where she gets arrested and charged and later convicted.
Yeah, actually, Mark, didn't you do a video before where you got a Freedom of Information Act request from the hospital to ask them about cases of bullying that were going on, and they seemed quite high.
It was
I remember reading that. Correct.
Yeah. Sorry, I beg your pardon. Sorry. Were you going to say something else, Merlin? There.
No, I said that I agree with Mervyn. I read that FOI request that you had submitted, and I think I commented on that. That was very good information.
Thank you. And as I remember, it was kind of going down the levels of status, as it were, and the lower the level of status in terms of, well, if you could say like the amount of money people earn effectively, or the status in the hospital, the more the bullying was. So it was like spread out between healthcare workers, nurses, and admin staff. And then it was like a pyramid effect. So the higher you go up, there was less of it. But the thing with Dr. Gilby is that she's the chief executive, wasn't she? The new chief executive.
That's right, Mark. She didn't start off like that. I think she started off over there at the Countess of Chester, I believe, as an anesthesiologist, and then she moved up into the assistant director's spot when I think it was Ian Harvey. Harvey
had, was retired.
Yeah, I think it was. And then later on, she became the chief executive. She was a deputy chief when she moved up to that first position. And then later on, she took the chief executive position. And it doesn't seem like she stayed there long before she started experiencing, in my opinion, based on what I've read, and it was by upper management that treated her that way. And I'm surprised that she couldn't come to Lucy Letby's defense, because what happened to Lucy Letby, as I said earlier, basically happened to Dr. Susan Gilby. And I'm kind of shocked that she never really wanted to take Lucy Letby's side, even after she was treated that way, and pretty much forced to. What's that, sir?
Because she's a woman. They don't. I think there's something about women don't like other women, do they?
What I was going to say about that is that my understanding is that Dr. Susan Gilby, I don't think she was even in the post for much more than a year. I think I've got this thing about 13 months in my head.
That's pretty close, Mark. Yep.
Something like that. But what I do remember is the idea is that, and it was said by other people, and I can't remember because there's so much information from the past, and there is the idea that she came in full steam, fully protective and fully believing of the group of consultants. She's fully behind them.
Yeah,
in the same way that Evans was, in a way.
Yeah, they said after 5 minutes you get it.
Yeah, and so, and then she went to her own industrial tribunal. I'm not even sure if that's still ongoing. Do you know about that, Merlin? If it's still ongoing with the industrial tribunal that Dr. Gilby had?
Well, it's my understanding, Mark, is that that's been settled, but they're waiting. The judge sided with her on that, and I think they're waiting for just the rest of the dynamics on that to finish up. But it's my understanding, what I've read is that's been settled and they sided with her.
Yeah.
And, even after that, she still has a position, goes to the Thirlwall inquiry and doesn't. And that's what kind of rubs me the wrong way, guys, is she goes to the Thirlwall inquiry and not only did she not mention it, how she was treated and forced out of a job, forced to resign, and later, actually suspended first. And forced to, or she decided to resign. And then it's my understanding, to what I read. And then she goes to the Thirlwall inquiry and acts like nothing ever happened.
Absolutely, it's the idea of it's what's missing, and but what does it say? It's conspicuous by its absence. I'm just going to mention something from the chat. 19 nurses wants to come on. 19 nurses. I've just put the link, and you just have to click on that link, and you can have a maximum of 6 people on. I'm happy to come out if there's more than 6, and drop out a bit. And but you can have at least 6 people talking or available to talk on the screen at the same time. So if you want to come on, or anybody wants to come on, please click on the link. I'll put the link again. But absolutely, Merlin, yeah, I'm totally. There's so many instances of that about basically that it's being curated. The whole thing's being curated to miss things out and to focus on other things, isn't it?
You're right.
Yeah,
you're right, Mark. It was very well orchestrated, and you've probably heard in other videos that I've done that I know how that works with the police department, the prosecutor's office, and the court system. I'm very familiar with it. Like most of y'all know, I've been retired for a number of years now from law enforcement. I retired in 2014, and believe it or not, I don't miss it.
No. Do you know what? Something we were talking earlier on. Oh, there's 19 nurses is going to come on. I'm just going to add 19 nurses to the stage, and I'm not sure who it is, but perhaps we'll get. Hello, 19 nurses. Welcome to the stage. It's called the stage here on the stream.
Hi, Mark.
Hi. Is that Pat?
I'm one of the nurses from 19 Nurses.
Oh, you're sorry. Oh, sorry. You're one of the nurses. Sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. But should we call you 19 nurses, or we'll just say
just 19 nurses?
Just 19 nurses. Sorry. Yeah, I wasn't sure. 19. Yeah, we'll call you 19. Well, that's fantastic. So we've got Marvin, and we've got me drinking some wine here. We've got Operation Merlin Falcon and 19 nurses, which is brilliant. So, welcome.
Was you talking about Karen Reese before? I'd only just clicked on.
Susan Gilby.
Susan Gilby.
Susan Gilby, the new chief executive that didn't really last that long, that seemed to be really in tune with all the consultants and took their part, so we hear anyway. Maybe it's more complicated than that underneath it. I don't know.
I think the excellent thing was the newspapers seemed to centre on Tony Chambers believing Lucy was innocent. And I thought that was a fabulous strategy to centre on that.
I did kind of get that impression from Tony Chambers when he was giving evidence at the Thirlwall inquiry. He did keep saying, look, there was no evidence of anything going on. And I did sort of get that impression from Tony.
I did as well. I don't know if it's how significant it is, but he had a nursing background before he rose through the ranks of management, didn't he, Chambers?
To be honest, I think the management did everything they possibly could, and they weren't even being press ganged until the last indictment. So things were going on for a year before management was even being pushed into this concept.
Right. Do you mean you mean like going on for also from 2015 onwards, right into the and no, we're up
I think it was
June
July 2016 when they really started to push.
That's right. They did start to push then. So we hear anyway. I'm always wondering whether there's an element of the stuff we don't know and the stuff we don't know we don't know. There's unknown unknowns about what actually happened there and all the.
I think Thirlwall has been excellent for unlocking a lot of what we don't know.
Yeah.
And the emails between consultants and management, and it really unlocks the substandard caregiver.
Well, it has, hasn't it? I mean, sorry, I don't want to take over. What do you think, Mervyn and Merlin, about this? About the positives of Thirlwall?
Yeah, the documents have been a great revelation. I mean, you could even see when the police investigation started, being able to see the email chains that go where people email each other saying, "Look, we need to stop emailing about the police. We need to stop emailing, talking about it, because these are going to be read." You know,
yeah.
They literally said that in one of the emails.
Yes. It's yeah. They've got some interesting stuff there has come out. Has anyone seen that Private Eye thing with a list of all the negatives with regard to the care? I put it up as a post today from Jane Palmer, done it on Facebook, about it's kind of a list that Shu Lee and the other people convened have done of all the deficits of the unit.
No, I've not seen them.
Yeah, I'll have to
inbox it or put it in our little group, Mark.
Yeah, I put it as a post on my YouTube thing, and it's Jane Palmer put it up on Facebook, but pretty much it kind of extends from the conference that we saw, but it makes it a very striking list, you know. Yeah, so it's if anybody else would like to come on as well, that would be great. You don't know what you'd say. Human Animal is here. I'm not trying to
be shy. Come on.
If you'd like to come on, because Human Animal, I'm not really sure whether Human Animal is beginning to turn a little bit and consider, but you know, it's consider other options.
Yeah, I mean, I used to have a troll following me, and I think some people got annoyed with him, but I think eventually he turned. I don't know. I've not heard from him for a while. So people do change their mind when given, you know, when they learn a bit more.
You know, Mark, if I may.
Yeah, please. No, please.
I have to take one of these earphones out when I talk. I don't know. It's kind of difficult. This may be a shock to you, but if you've watched my videos, I've said many times that I didn't start out in the position or have a position like I do today about the Lucy Letby case.
Sure.
I started out, and to be perfectly honest with everyone, how I found out about this case, and just to give you a brief scenario, is my wife always liked to watch Dr. Todd Grande do analysis and reviews on different types of criminal cases, and he did an analysis on the Lucy Letby case, and that's how I found out about this case.
Right.
And the first time I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, it's here. Everything, you know, based on what he said, and I never researched it any further. And then like the second time around, we watched it again, and I was like, I told my wife, I was like, hey, I need to look at this a little deeper, and you know, something doesn't feel right. You know, I just got that gut feeling that things didn't look right. And the more I dug into the case, the more I saw a lot of inconsistencies and discrepancies, not only in the investigation, but the prosecution and the conviction of Lucy Letby. There's 3 areas there that all of those can be scrutinized, and you can find problems in every one of those areas. And every time I would try to give those cases or each one of those realms the benefit of the doubt, I would find something else that just didn't seem right. So, you know, not to take up everyone's time, I'm going to tell you where I started, and I hope everyone does the same. You got to start with the Care Quality Commission reports. Yeah. And I know you guys, my family, we ride down the road, and if I say anything about the Lucy Letby case, they're like, is this going to be about the CQC, or is this going to be about the Thirlwall inquiry, or what is it today?
My family is the same. Yeah.
Right.
So
yeah.
I can't say enough. That CQC report is so damning to their case. It's unbelievable, because I looked at this thing like, hey, if I were going to investigate this case, where would I start? And that's where I began to see the real problems with the Countess of Chester Hospital. They're all, the problems are in there. And I can tell you this, what disturbed me the most, and I know you have a nurse on here, but I could barely hear her. I tried using earphones here, but I can still barely hear her. But maybe she knows the answer to this. And I've often wondered, well, I found it in the CQC. Let's start there. And I can't remember what page it's on. But when the inspectors were at the hospital in February, between February 16th and the 19th, and then again on March 4th, they put in their report that they observed 5 babies being brought down from the maternity ward to the neonatal ward, where they had to receive intravenous antibiotics. Now, I don't know much about infection or the medical aspect of things, but to me that stood out. Well, are they doing it as a precautionary? Because I believe there was an instance during Lucy Letby's career earlier on that she was accused of giving a baby antibiotics when it didn't need it. So if that's the case, why is it that the CQC inspection team, I assume it was like Dr. Odeka or someone that was assigned to that unit, because he was in the meeting with Brewery and J-Ram on February 17th at 2 p.m. with Inspector Helen Kane. That was the doctor listed on there. So I assume it was him that observed this, or someone under him that made this observation. So why in the heck would they be given 5, and they said 5 separate incidents with these babies coming down from the maternity ward to receive intravenous antibiotics, and they specifically said neonatal nurses gave it to them. And somebody was complaining that the way I took it, the way it read, was it was taking too much of their time on the neonatal ward, that it should have been done, if it needed to be done, up on the maternity ward, the way I read it. Now you guys can look at it and see what you think. But maybe the nurse you have on can explain that if either these babies were supposed to be so healthy, according to all these doctors that testified against Lucy Letby, why were they receiving intravenous antibiotics in February? What was going on?
Thanks so much for that, Merlin. I'm just going to cross over to 19. And is there a way, 19, that you could up the volume a little bit so that Merlin can hear? I don't know if there's a way to up the volume coming in from you. And I don't know if you heard what Merlin was saying there about the antibiotics and the 5 babies coming from the other ward into neonatology.
Yeah, I heard what was said. I haven't actually read the QC report, or I have, and I can't remember it. I think the babies coming in are most probably non-indictment babies. I think what they were doing in the hospital, if the babies were well enough, they were keeping them in maternity, but they must have been bringing them down for the intravenous antibiotics. So these babies must have had some form of infection, but were not poorly enough to need neonatal unit care. Now, what my bigger concern is that you're bringing babies into the neonatal unit that's got an infection. So it's cross-contamination. You're introducing infection into the neonatal unit by bringing the babies down. And we all know from the court case where Johnson states to the plumber, Well, the sewage problem was more in the maternity unit than the neonatal unit. So where was the source of the infection with these babies? And, you know, the neonatal babies all came from maternity. So that's all I can answer it with. I'm sorry, because I do vaguely remember about the 5 babies, but I can't remember succinctly what had happened there.
Yeah,
Gosh,
I think that, if I may, Mark, that was a great explanation. I appreciate that. That's a great explanation. I figured as much, but I wanted to hear it from her, the medical professional, because I don't like to talk about the medical stuff unless it's written in the CQC. I know nothing about medicine, although in my past career, I worked cases. I worked death investigation cases, so I understand the terminology, and you had to learn it along the way. And unfortunately, that's what law enforcement officers have to do. In a case like this, that the Cheshire Police Department, in my opinion, as they took up, and they admit in Operation Hummingbird, they knew nothing.
Yeah.
If you listen to Operation Hummingbird, those officers talk about how they knew nothing about the medical aspect of this case, which is astonishing to me. You can't have somebody coming into an investigation like that so green that they had to bring other people in to actually understand just some of the terminology. That's ridiculous, in my opinion.
Could I ask you, in light of that, and Mervyn as well, do you think in some senses they didn't? I've always been of the mind, and maybe I did it too, saying it too strongly, but it didn't feel like they're investigating this matter at all. They're kind of offloading it onto someone else who knows about the medical world, and they're just standing back and letting it happen.
That's right. That's exactly what I believe happened, in my opinion, as well, Mark. That's exactly, and that's one of the reasons why it rubbed me the wrong way when I first started looking at all the evidence that was available for the public to look at. That's exactly what I was thinking, and it became. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mervyn. I've just. Is it Mervyn?
It's Merlin. We've got Mervyn and Merlin here, and Mark. All the M's, and a 19.
The ex-police officer. A question that I have that I cannot rack my brains around is, why were these consultants assisting the police with the investigation, not with their inquiries, with the actual investigation and touching evidence, going through the medical notes for the police? Why
they should have been as much suspect as anyone else, surely, yeah.
They should have been persons of interest. Everybody on that unit should have been a person of interest. How can an accuser of a crime be allowed to be a part of investigating that crime?
Mark, may I?
Oh, please, go ahead. Please,
yeah, that's an excellent point. Now, I've said that in other videos that I've made earlier on when I first started them. I've never seen that in my career where the police department uses an individual, the complainant, basically. You got 2 of those doctors, what we call the complainants, and they use them basically, in my opinion, not a lawyer, but in my opinion, they use them as what would be called surrogates. It's a big no-no over here. You can't use somebody else to go into a business or somewhere to get other evidence without a search warrant. Now, I realize it's a hospital and they probably cooperate on a much different level. And I've dealt with hospitals in the same way, but yes, she's spot on when she talks about why they used those 2, or specifically one, I think Brewery mostly, as a surrogate to go in. It's my understanding that to go in and get all these this documentation, what we know, you've heard me call it the secret drawer, his drawer of doom, which no one else could see until it came time for him to go to the police department, 13, 14 months later, and report this as a crime, which was very puzzling to me because in all my experience, folks, I've never seen that happen. Whenever I got called to a facility or a hospital or institution, I didn't meet with someone of Tony Chambers' level or Ian Harvey's level. That didn't happen. It was normally the doctor who had concern, or a chief of security, or a chief of police, depending on what type of facility. I've never heard, folks, I've never heard of this type of thing happening where they waited around 14 months before they go into the police department, and these two claim that the reason why they did that because upper level management they frowned on it. They didn't want them to do it. That's the biggest crock of BS I've ever heard in my entire life or in my entire career, folks. I don't know how that could happen and everybody else be okay with it. It would be like going to a domestic case or a case where there's a child abuse at a residence, and say, for instance, this was going on for, say, the same amount of time, and everybody in the neighborhood and all the family knew about it, but everybody said, well, we didn't want to say anything because we didn't get the apartment manager's approval, or we didn't get the employer of this person's approval to go to the police and report child abuse. Now that's an extreme, folks, but it's the same type scenario if you think about it.
Yeah, same thing. It really is. Yeah.
Right.
They had so many routes they could have gone down. And the biggest route they could have gone down to get the police involved without having to get any permission from any management was the coroner.
Yeah.
Right.
If they had spoken their suspicions to the coroner, the coroner would have shut any inquest down and brought the police straight in.
Right. See, now, my experience, I'm sorry, go ahead, Marvin.
They were ready to close the police investigation, weren't they? The police looked at it, spoke to the coroner, found nothing, and we're going to close it.
Well, folks, so I don't lose my train of thought, that brings me to, you've heard me talk about Baby D's mom a whole heck of a lot. I have a lot of sympathy and empathy for her, because if you think about it, she brought all that up earlier on, and when she had suspicions earlier on, and she actually went to the Cheshire coroner's office and she asked for a inquiry or inquest. I don't know what y'all call it over there, but and he promised her one. I think it was Reinhardt promised her one, and then the day that Lucy Letby got arrested, July 3rd, 2018. Guess what Reinhardt does with that? Now, it's reported that it's put on hold. Now, in my opinion, I would like to see what Reinhardt had, because that was a good while from the time that Baby D's mom went to that Cheshire coroner's office and complained and asked for that inquiry or inquest. And he promised her that. And you've heard me say this in other videos, that I feel like he still owes her. He owes her that. You know why? You know why we haven't seen that? Because it doesn't fit the narrative, the original narrative that they started out. That's why nobody's seen it.
Yeah,
but I like to see
it clashes. It's got to be disappeared, isn't it? They've got to disappear.
Absolutely.
I think the coroner was correct, because the minute it becomes a police investigation, any inquest in the UK has to be put on hold, and it has to be put on hold if they've got a perpetrator until that court case has gone through, and then you generally get the inquest after. Now, I don't know if these babies will get any inquest.
Yeah, it's quite bizarre, because you know what was a textbook case is the Noah Robinson case. That's the way things are supposed to be done. What was that, in 2014?
2014. Yeah.
That's exactly the way things are supposed to operate. But you know why it didn't? Because that case put everybody on high alert, and they didn't want another case like that.
I absolutely agree. Yeah.
That's how Lucy Letby got. Can I say this? I've been wanting to say this term since I've started doing videos. That's how Lucy Letby got stitched up.
I see that what was happening with Noah, baby Noah there is a shadow from the past being pushed forward into 2015 and 2016, I think, and it's ongoing, and it involves Dr. B, and Dr. B is the doctor that Nurse Lucy Letby is said to have said. I know this is one removed. She's said to have said, Dr. B doesn't like me. So what's the genesis of that? You know, there's something gone on with. Is it possible that Nurse Lucy Letby made some certain reports that made stop that being covered up, basically, at one level or another, with baby Noah? I know it's supposition, but is it possible that that's the case?
It's possible. It's possible.
I don't believe that the consultant sat down and conspired. I think there was some conspiracy, but it may have been subconscious, because I feel they all had a vested interest for it for the blame not to come back on them. You know, like the 14 experts have brought out about the intubator not using the right size tubing, the needle, those sort of things. One of the consultants had said in Thirlwell that he thought the family was going to bring litigation against him. So I think, without going into major detail, I think there was at least 5 of them that had a vested interest that it wasn't them to blame. But I do not believe they all sat down and said, let's blame Lucy for this. I think it became a runaway train. You know, I don't think they thought, let's pin it on her. And then I think it just got too far. And I think they believe it themselves. I really do believe they believe it themselves now.
What do you think about that, Mervyn? The idea that it's about. Do you believe that they believe it, and do they believe it now rather than just then?
I think some of them do. As what JRM and Brewery, no, I don't think they. I don't think they do, but they don't know. But
I agree.
I don't know. The human psyche is a strange thing. You could sort of. They have maybe part of them has to tell themselves that they think she's guilty. Otherwise, how could they possibly live with it? I don't know. The human psyche is a strange thing.
Yeah.
I agree with Marvin on that one, Mark. I think everyone past Brewery and J-Ram, I don't think they were hell-bound on sticking it to Lucy Letby as the way the whole thing went down. I think what happened, where it all went south and they gathered more support, that is Brewer and J-Ram, is when they were made to write that apology letter. That's when things got really, really sticky.
I agree.
For Lucy Letby.
I think I agree.
If she would have stayed in that clerical position, I think those other investigations, what we would call internal investigations and administrative investigations, would have cleared her. She would have stayed there in the clerical section, or she would have moved on to another hospital, and we would have never heard about any of these other incidents. And we wouldn't have a Lucy Letby case, I can tell you that.
I totally agree with that. I've always felt that. I always felt that was the tipping point into where they go nuclear. They go nuclear after that, and they decide, well, we're not going to be threatened by the GMC here, because my understanding is that if a doctor is reported to the GMC, and I'll ask 19 to confirm this if you know this is true or not, they might even be put on a sort of suspension if they've been reported. Would you think that's right?
It depends on the finding of the investigation from the GMC. So it's difficult to comment, but I think quite a lot of the reports that have gone in have been rejected. I was just reading one of the comments, and I'm on my phone and it's tiny, so it's really hard to read. I think somebody was saying that at the inquest and post-mortem had said unascertained. I think some of the babies did have inquests, and I think 6 out of the 7 did have post-mortems.
Yeah, 6 out of the 7, yeah.
But just going back to the post-mortems, why wasn't the original pathologist brought to court?
Exactly.
Because in some of the post-mortems, it actually states air embolism has been ruled out.
Yeah.
And, there is a specific way of finding air embolism on post-mortem. So if it was ruled out on post-mortem, how could it be the cause of death?
That was child A, the first video that I made on some of the documents. The first mention I saw of air embolism was the coroner ruling it out.
Can I just say I'm heartbroken for the families. The families have gone through over 10 years of not knowing, of feeling their babies had died from natural causes and natural grief, and then being told that their babies may have been murdered, and now the big questions about the case again. And I'm just heartbroken for the families. They should never, ever have been put in this position at all. And I'm also heartbroken for Lucy, because this is potentially one of the biggest miscarriages of justice, that Britain has ever seen, apart from the post office. It's way up there.
Oh yeah, I agree on both counts. Absolutely. The parents have been on this roller coaster of, and you can't. This is why I don't talk about. I've never talked about. Well, in the sense that one would want the truth on their behalf, and I know we're in a territory there where we say, well, who are you to say about what they believe the truth should be? But I think they've been utterly misled. That I see them as victims of this system and victims of this injustice.
I don't like talking about individual cases because it's not fair to the family.
Yeah,
that I try to stick to the case as a whole, because if I was a parent, I'd be heartbroken that my child is being labelled as a case.
Yeah, with a letter or a number. I suppose that the problem the extant problem is that in order to address each individual claim or the reason for the prosecution and the finding of the conviction, they've got to break it down, and they've literally got to. So it's quite possible, isn't it, that I don't know what everybody else thinks, that you think it's likely that some of the parents have watched that Shuley conference and they've had to take up this on board now,
I don't know. I don't know, because I think sometimes once you've been given an outcome, it's very difficult to shift a viewpoint from that outcome, because I feel they most probably feel there was 10 months of evidence. Don't get me wrong, we are aware that there's major holes within that evidence. It's a difficult one.
From the parents' perspective, it's the idea that they kind of want it to be over, and they've suffered all this, they've suffered the bereavement, and they've gone through this following the trial and the build-up over years, and they're probably emotionally exhausted. And the idea that it's got to kind of essentially go back to square one in a way, in terms of them getting some form of redress about what's happened to the babies clinically in the hospital, isn't it?
It is, and I just find it terrible. That's all I can say. I just find it's absolutely terrible. But I also believe that a nurse should not be sitting in a jail cell for a failing health system, and that's what appears has happened here.
Yeah. I absolutely believe that's what's happened. I don't feel any doubt about that at all. I wouldn't. I do. Yeah.
I think Thirlwall has exposed lots of evidence that weren't presented to the jury.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and if the jury was in full knowledge of all the evidence, would the outcome have been the same?
Well, I don't think so. I don't know what Merlin and Mervyn feel about that. In terms of if let's say paint the scenario, if I don't know, this is a jury that's had 10 months of.
Can I go first?
Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah.
Well, I was saying I don't want a retrial because there are still people out there like Liz and Judith Moritz and things who have got access to all of the information now, including hearing Dr. Shuli's panel, who still say she's guilty. And so that's where my faith in the jury system for a medically complex case has gone out the window.
Yes. Yes.
I believe that by asking the trial, we are saying a crime has been committed. You know, no crime has been committed. But saying that, the only way the general public will believe is if there is a retrial and it's disputed. Because it's too close. It's not like it was 10, 15 years ago. It's too close.
Personally, I don't think a retrial is even viable. I just can't see a. In other words, if they get to the tipping point that there's going to be a retrial, I don't know what Merlin thinks about this as well. If they get to the point of the retrial, how is the prosecution going to mount a viable prosecution at this point?
Mark, I don't really know how they're going to mount a prosecution against Lucy Letby on a second or a third go around. To be honest with you, I think their back is going to be up against the wall. And as I said before, I'm no lawyer, but I've got plenty of experience in trials, and I've testified at trials, and I've sat through bunches of them. But you know, with all that said, I don't think they want to go back into the courtroom because Lucy Letby's defense team will be ready this time, and they'll have tons of medical experts that will far exceed the prosecution side. And I think that the last thing they want to do is go into the courtroom right now. And I've thought about this before, especially if anything new comes down the way. And I want to be very careful about saying anything about that. But however, if something new were to come about, I don't even know if they would bring that to the forefront. I think a lot of this is just what's the big the word that Lady Justice Thirlwall was saying, noise. I think it's a lot of noise. I think it's a lot of noise from the police department and the prosecutor's office to try to shut everybody up and to try to regain the narrative. But see, Mark, they've lost the narrative. They've lost the narrative a long time ago. They lost the narrative way before Dr. Shu Lee and Mark McDonald came out in this last press conference, because you could see the tides were turning when a lot of, and I want to say, Mark, you're one of the pioneers in this, and Dr. or Professor Richard Gill, and I don't want to miss anyone. I don't know all the names right off the top of my head. I know you know them, Mark, and hopefully you'll be able to give all them credit. But you know, Carl Perkins is another pioneer for this. You know, all you guys inspired me to. I wasn't this guy to get out here on a YouTube, create a YouTube channel and do YouTube videos about someone that's been locked up. If you talk to people that know me, have known me for 20-some, 30 years, they would think, what in the hell has happened to you? But they know me well enough. They know me well enough, Mark, that I don't stand for BS. If I see it, and I was this way on the job, if I see it, I'm going to call it out.
That's it. Sorry, you was going to say something, 19 now?
No, don't worry.
Well, I was going to say this kind of thing. I've said it. I think I said it in a response to a comment or an email. I forget now, but it's found us. This situation has found us for some reason. It's not like we're like searching, trawling out there for, well, what can I attach myself to? There's something about this that's so wrong that it's kind of found our heart. It's like gripped your heart. That's the feeling I had about it.
You had a gardening channel. Mine was just for uploading gaming stuff to post to friends. And yeah, you're right. It found us. Yeah.
Well, you know, Mark, I didn't even know how to go about making videos about this topic. Hell, I started off cooking bacon on a griddle, talking about the Lucy Letby case, and was getting my rear end handed to me by people saying, hey, this is not really something you do, and talk about the Lucy Letby case. But I didn't know how to make a video and talk about, all I was trying to do is multitask and be able to make a video and talk about the case and kind of feel comfortable with doing it. Because y'all know I don't edit, so.
Well, I can relate to that. I don't do the editing myself either, generally speaking, but I wanted to see what everyone else thinks here in the chat and on the screen here. That I thought a major change was the New Yorker article. I think it was April or May 2024, wasn't it? I can't remember the exact date, but I think that was a massive line in the sand. Really, the New Yorker article was huge. Really.
I think the New Yorker article did bring about a major tide shift, and it was prior to the retrial. But I think we need to go back in time, and no matter what people think of Dr. Sarita Adams.
Absolutely.
She broke this case.
It was as a major force at the time. Yeah,
and she scientifically went through absolutely every single case and was able to bring that it was not plausible. She actually brought people together.
Yeah, she absolutely did via Facebook, and then the Science on Trial, absolutely, yeah.
And then, you know, trolls and things destroyed that.
It destroyed, yeah. She was very, very badly affected, wasn't she? I mean, I don't know what's happening now with Sarita. Do you know anything about that 19?
I think she's no longer on the case anymore. You know, I think she's concentrating on other things.
It's my understanding that what Dr. Taylor, in not the most recent Shoe Lee thing, but the thing in December when Dr. Taylor was talking about the glucose levels, for example, that this was, I don't know if it was a replication, but it was. I think that work had already been done by Sarita a long time ago, actually, or it had been established that she'd been looking into that immunoassay and that glucose level of 999 on that assay there. So it was absolutely massive. The tail end of 2023 with Sarita Adams, and she was threatened, same as Professor Richard Gill was with the Cheshire Police, and they really came after both of them, didn't they?
I've never heard this in my life, and maybe Merlin can shed some light. That an individual sends an amicus brief to the court. Everything was on a private, unpublished website, or it may have been published in some way, but it would have been private. Only the court could have seen this, and then received a threat of contempt of court. Have you ever heard in your life that a friend of the court trying to assist the court is being accused of contempt?
No, to be honest with you, no, I've never heard of that. Over here, that, you know, this rule that you all have, or the law about talking about the case, you know, while or before, once the charges come about, you can't talk about the case. That's not something that happens here in the United States. So I had to kind of learn that off the cuff pretty much along the way. And that's been a concern of mine as well, because if they did come back and try to charge her with something else, you know, it's going to shut everybody down for a while. We're not going to be able to talk about the newer stuff, I think. I don't know that that would pertain to all the cases that have been adjudicated. We would probably have to get an opinion on that. But to your point about this lady that a friend of the court, you know, there was another individual, and you all know that person's name better than I do, but I want to say Justice Jackson, and correct me if I'm wrong. I wonder if he got a contempt. I wonder if he got a contempt letter as well, because I think he had mentioned to the justice that, or the judge in charge of the case, hey, you might need to look at this this Evans character, right? But I wonder if he got the same letter.
I doubt it.
I know everybody got quiet because you're over there, but I'll be the spokesperson for that, because it's the truth. It's the truth.
Yeah,
and we all know it's the truth, right? That's what happened.
We should know now. Yeah, by now.
Yeah, he got a letter. Judge Goss got a letter from Justice Jackson from the Court of Appeals, I think, and said, "Hey, this guy right here, I don't know about him. I don't know about his evidence, right?"
Worthless. He said it was worthless.
Yeah, but yet I'll bet he didn't get a contempt letter.
No, he gets
another thing I found quite strange about it. They received the letter from Cheshire Police. Now, this court case was in Manchester. Surely the letter should have come from Greater Manchester Police.
Right. As opposed to Cheshire Police. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I mean, I've listened to this. It's on SoundCloud. I listened to Professor Gill's. He's done a recording on SoundCloud about being woken up quite late at night by the Dutch police, and he's being delivered a letter by the Dutch police from the Cheshire Police late at night, and they're saying, "Are you Professor Gill? Are you Richard Gill?" And so who wants to know, kind of thing. And they got this letter, and that's the letter saying. And Professor Gill's, I'm sure he won't mind me saying, because he put it out there publicly, is that he's then concerned about, well, you know, if he goes back to England and his mum is in England and everything, might he be arrested? You know, that type of thing. They really tried to monster them. You know, they really went after Sarita as well.
I think I went to court for the retrial, and prior to a jury being selected, Ben Myers presented that there was she could not get a fair trial because of all the noise within the press and within, you know, social media, etc.
Yeah.
And the judge, I think it was like a day and a half of this being heard in front of Judge Goss. And at the end of it was Myers, then Johnson rebutted, then Myers went back on. And at the end of Myers's, presentation, for the want of a better word, the judge, he didn't even say, I need 5 minutes like they do in the appeal court. He said, I've made my decision, the court case is going to go on, and I will give my ruling later. Now, it just seems that the vitriol of the press, even the good things that came out, because it included the Rachel Aviv article, it was very difficult for this girl to get a fair trial, especially in the retrial. I don't think there was a person in the country who had not heard of the case. But
it was a bit of a pointless defence for them to give anyway, when the prosecution started with saying, by the way, she's got 7 previous counts.
Yes, but murder. Myers tried to stop that too.
Oh yeah, I think that would have been fair.
He did try and stop that, but it wasn't just at the beginning of the trial. It was in the middle of it and in the closing that this slide would go up with all the names within the indictment, the previous convictions, I mean, and cause of death, i.e. murder or attempted murder. So she had no chance in that retrial. She had absolutely no chance.
No. It was a pointless retrial, yeah.
Mark, if I may.
Yeah, please, yeah.
You know,
please.
It's one of those things where, you know, not only did to go back to what we were talking about earlier, because I didn't want to lose my train of thought on that. You know, they tried to shut Rachel Aviv down too. I don't know if you all knew that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can you refresh my memory about what they tried to do with? Oh, in terms of like.
The court reached out to her. Yeah, they reached. That was to my knowledge, they reached out to her and the New Yorker and tried to shut that down. Luckily, what is it? You call them MPs. Sir David Davis. He came up there on the floor of the, what is it? We would call that the House. I guess it's the House of Commons over there.
Yeah.
And pretty much pled the case on that. And I don't know. Are y'all able to get that New Yorker article yet?
I mean,
now we are.
In a kind of sense, it was all a bit of a kind of how do I put it? Because the internet is what it is. It was always available.
Okay.
It was always available. It's never not been available to us.
There's a saying called the Streisand effect. Where you try and cover something up, and the very act of trying to cover something up made it as big as what it was.
Yes, definitely. You tell somebody they can't see something or have something.
Right.
They're going to go out there and find it. So in a way, the New Yorker played a blinder by not making it available in the UK. But I said the point I was trying to make was anything that had been said negative of the case, as in proven in court by the case still going ahead with the ruling, because I think Johnson said, well, they were only discussing the case that has already gone, is fine. But anything that may disprove the case or have a positive impact, the prosecution was going to the Attorney General and, sending people, contempt of court letters, weren't
it was
they?
definitely one-sided about the restrictions, because let's not forget, posted all over the newspapers were these green notes, and the post-it notes about the I'm evil, etc. And what was not released was the context of Lucy telling the officer that is what they're saying about me.
Right.
And it was completely one-sided.
Right.
Yeah.
I
think the prosecution were out to win, and I just believe that justice in this country needs an overhaul, because it just appears it's win at any cost. It doesn't matter about truth.
I agree.
Mark, if I may,
please.
Two problems I have with this case was the secret meeting that the media had 2 weeks prior to the first trial.
Yeah.
I always felt that if Mark McDonald would have gone to the appeals court, because he had talked about doing that, making an exceptional argument, something that is rare, but it does happen, to go there and actually argue a few things, and I think that should have been one of them. How I think that Peter Hitchens had disclosed that or uncovered that bit of information. I think that's a legal problem, in my own opinion. And the other is the Care Quality Commission report had issued their the latest report in between time, from the time that the prosecution decided to go after Letby on the Baby K case, right? Yeah. They released their 2024, I think it was their publication on the 2024, the one before that, don't quote me on it, but one of those,
2024, I think, yeah.
One of those, I think I did a video on it. One of those, they had written a scathing couple sentences in that report about Lucy Letby. And if that wasn't damaging enough, I think that alone he should have went to the appeals court with, or, the retrial part, on the exception. He talked about doing an exceptional argument, after they had lost after Myers had lost that one.
Yeah, I think if I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong, but in terms of Mark McDonald's role in this, he had no role with regard to the retrial. Am I mixing this up? So he only came in afterwards. Yeah, he had no role.
You're right. Yeah. You're right. He didn't have anything regards to that. But I know in one of his press conferences, he talked about he was going to do the CCRC avenue, and he also talked about there was an exceptional. I can't remember the exact wording he used, but he was going to go back to the Court of Appeals, reference the Baby K case. I know he didn't argue that case initially, but it sounded like he was going to go ask for an exception to bring up some issues. I was kind of hoping that he would bring up the one issue about the 2 weeks prior to the first trial, because I don't think that was addressed. No, there was that secret media meeting with the prosecution, according to Peter Hitchens. Now, I call it a secret meeting. He calls it a meeting with the media, with the Cheshire Police Department and the Crown Prosecution's Office. Yeah, the CPS. To me, I think that was wrong, and I think that probably would have been a good argument for the appeals court to hear. coupled by the fact that what I was just telling you about the other argument as well, that the CQC publishes a report shortly after the prosecution wants to do go after Lucy Letby on the retrial, Baby K, but yet they can publish something that's a little scathing about Lucy Letby and get away with it. I think that would have been a good argument, and probably still would be.
That's good. That's great points. I think I came in there in a bit. I think I got a bit lost with the timeline there, and I totally understand what you mean. With regard to Mark McDonald saying he wanted to do this exceptional thing with regard to approaching the Court of Appeal. Absolutely,
right.
Yeah.
So, sorry, pardon my ignorance, but why was it that only Baby K had a retrial? Because there was more than one baby where the jury couldn't reach a verdict.
I think it was because that was the case that the prosecution thought held more weight of getting a conviction.
Because there was like 3 or 4 that they didn't reach.
Well, let me tell you something. Here's what I think. I think they used it as a tool to shut the narrative, or to keep their narrative going, because by that time, with the Rachel of Eve story, they had already lost the narrative, and they had to come up with look, I know how these folks think. Hey, they've gone to law school, and they have these think tanks, and they'll sit around at tables and try to figure out how to get on top of this situation. And I think what happened was they were like, oh, we got to do this, and we got to do this now, because we're losing the narrative. And what's got to happen is, once this starts, we can charge her again, and then everybody's got to shut the heck up. That's their goal.
Yes.
What's interesting about this case is it is medically complex, and yet the lay person is able to go up against like a pathologist or someone that they bring in the prosecution. Like you couldn't imagine yourself interjecting yourself on some sort of mathematical physics case, but I feel absolutely comfortable going up against like PhD Dr. Susan Oliver or whatever, simply because you know that they've got the answer wrong. It's a bit like me challenging Einstein on his theory of one of his equations, simply on the basis that I know he's got the answer wrong, and therefore, there's something wrong in the working.
I think it's being able to explain why they have the answer wrong. And I think, there's been a lot of medical or health professional voices out there that has been able to answer the question why the answer was wrong.
Yeah.
And then you look at process as well, how this case came to court, and there was some wrongs within that, so it's knowing the reasons why, or was it plausible?
It's not plausible. None of it's plausible.
There was no eyewitness.
There's nothing there. There's nothing there.
For some of the, the accusations, she wasn't even on duty.
I absolutely agree.
She was in a room full of people.
Yeah. When the case was happening and the verdict first came out, my reaction was I didn't know she was innocent. I was sort of like David Davis, where my reaction was I was uncomfortable with the fact that they had given a guilty verdict without there being any evidence, and I in a way I was sort of I was almost 50-50, and then obviously as you hear more, as you learn more, but I uncomfortable with the fact that there was no evidence, and you can't say guilty when there's no evidence, surely.
I think
you can't. No.
Merlin is it?
Yes, it's Merlin and Mervyn. Yeah, Merlin.
Merlin may be able to answer this one because some cases are tried successfully on circumstantial evidence. But
That's true.
With this case, I feel there was no evidence.
Nothing.
No, not even circumstantial. People keep saying there was circumstantial evidence, and I'm like, well, what are you actually talking about?
And what I find difficult is that, there's been 14 world-renowned experts who have looked at this case intricately and have basically said, no, there's been no murders. And now people are saying, let's forget that bit. What about the post-it notes, this? Well, if there's been no murders, the post-it notes and everything else is superfluous.
Yeah, absolutely 19.
Well, Mark, what they want to do when they bring up post-it notes, the guilters will talk about all the stuff that's damaging on the post-it notes, but they don't talk about the stuff like I did nothing wrong, or she had written down the name of her, I guess the lady that was doing her, I don't know what they call her, but I guess she was doing the counseling aspect.
Yeah, she was
dealing with.
She was an occupational therapist.
She even Lucy even wrote her name down on one of the sticky notes. But see, they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to bring that up. They'll smooth over that stuff like police investigation, discrimination. I did nothing wrong. They won't even talk about the fact that there's no punctuation on any of all. They could be question marks.
I think
Lucy Letby could have written. Look, God forbid, it wouldn't have done for me to go to law school, because I would have taken. If I would have been Myers, I'd have been like, how do you know it's not a question instead of a statement? Because there's no punctuation on any of them. If there are, let me know.
Yeah, absolutely.
Meaningless. It's completely meaningless.
Have you all seen punctuation on any of those notes?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're written in different kind of. They're written in a different kind of intensity as well, aren't they?
But I don't believe there's punctuation.
No, I don't think there is.
No, I said before she's missing a quotation mark.
Yeah,
She says.
What people are forgetting is, how would they react if they were working in a hospital doing a job they absolutely love, and then start hearing that, being aware, because you've been on duty, that there's a higher number of deaths than normal. Then all of a sudden you start hearing rumours that people are blaming you, that people are standing in coffee queues calling you a murderer.
Yeah.
How would your nerves react to this? Going into rooms and people all of a sudden becoming silent when you go in. Hearing that you are being accused of being responsible for deaths from your union representative. From everything that has happened in this case, number one, I would have ran, and we know I'm innocent. I would have ran. I would not have gone via a grievance.
No.
I would have been able to have seen the writing on the wall and gone.
Yeah.
But Lucy was 25.
She's 25. She's 25, 26 years old. That's the thing, isn't it?
She didn't know any better. Right.
She had her parents batting for her. Her dad was.
They tried. They tried, and I'll give them credit. I
love those parents. They brought up a beautiful young woman, and
absolutely. They tried to protect her, but Mark, I think some of that, when they tried to protect her, didn't help her with regard to when her dad, stood up, and I would have done the same thing probably. But
I would have done. Oh God, man!
It caused those guys. It caused those doctors to be so. They felt so threatened by the fact that they were going to go and report them to that. What is it? The GCN.
Yeah,
They were terrified of that, and I've read a little bit about what happens in the process of that kind of thing.
Yeah,
and they were afraid.
They were afraid. They were.
I read where they had a representative shortly after that at their next meeting.
There's the motive right there. At least someone's got a motive, and it's Brewery and JR.
Absolutely,
it is.
I always thought that was the turning point. One of the turning points to. And then the other thing, they had to write an apology letter. Let me ask you a question: Who would sign an apology letter if they didn't think that they did something? Because there was a few signatures on. I think J-Ram was one of them.
7 people did it. 7 people.
Right.
7
Consultants
did it.
Consultants are a very strong body.
Mm-hmm.
They had a meeting, didn't they, with the whole hospital consultants. Those consultants could have threatened to down tools and nothing would have happened to them. This fear of their jobs, I find it quite implausible, to be honest. They weren't frightened. They had no evidence and they kept saying gut feeling. Now, how can the trust go to the police with a gut feeling?
Well,
I've seen nothing.
Initially, the police said back to them, "Well, there's nothing here. There's no crime that we can pursue."
They were going to close it. Yeah,
Mm.
They were going to close it until they went to JRM and he pulled another 6 cases out of Brewery's drawer of doom, and said, "There you go."
Well, I don't think it's the upper management's job to go to the police to start with. I think if you've witnessed what you believe to be a crime, especially a murder of a baby or harm to a baby, there's avenues that you can go to, and they didn't do it. And we talked about this before.
They had at least 10 avenues
absolutely
they could have gone down, and
absolutely.
they had a legal obligation to report this.
As doctors, they do, If you suspect some sort of child abuse or something that's going on, they've got an obligation,
What I found difficult was that in court it was fine for them to say, "Oh well, it was a junior doctor who received the results." As a paediatric department, we are all at blame. What happened to taking accountability as the buck stops with you? You are the consultant for whichever particular child. They were allowed to get away with that. But just to say, at the retrial, I watched the cross-examination of J-Ram, and Myers really had him. He was becoming quite agitated, looked like a deer in headlights, drank a whole jug of water, and Myers said to him, "If this was your baby, would you have called the police?" He had to say it about a few times, and J-Ram said yes.
Yeah.
Then he was asked the question again about 3 times. If it was a friend of the family's baby, would he have called the police? And he said yes. And at that point, then Myers said, "Well, why didn't you call the police in this case?" And at that point, Johnson stood up with an objection. The jury was removed.
Right.
And Johnson basically said, "Shall we get Gibbs back to explain why?" And the judge said, no, I think you can do it yourself. And then Myers never got back up.
Right.
Oh
Right.
God.
See, that's how it's controlled. Just as she explained it, just about every phase of that court case was controlled that way, either by objection by the prosecution or even at times where Judge Goss, look, I've seen it done a few times in my career where the judge pretends to be the prosecutor and starts asking the witness, the person in the witness, we call it witness stand here, y'all call it the witness box over there, but he did that a hell of a lot. You know, I think he even talked to Lucy Letby a couple of times during the trial, like he was the prosecutor.
Yeah. Oh my God, that's just.
Do y'all remember that?
Yes. Well, I don't know with Lucy. I've not read that transcript. I'm afraid.
Yeah, specifically about what she was wearing. I covered this in a video.
Oh, about pajamas.
Yeah. Yeah, he called her out on it. But guess what, folks? When I look at that video, and I talked about this before, but many people don't want to talk about it, is when they went there on July 3rd to arrest Lucy Letby, she had a jogging suit on, that blue outfit. I don't know what y'all call it. I call it a hoodie. And
a leisure suit, yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Well, when she opened the door initially,
the Lee Cooper.
Well, you look at that video, folks, and you'll see that in the back of it, her night garment is sticking out like it's all puffy in the back and a very slight trim in the front. But when they bring her out
below the top, it's navy. It looks like it's a nightie.
But listen to that exactly. And what happened was, what I believe happened was, and she's absolutely correct, she just didn't know how to articulate it, that when she came to the door, she had slipped that over top of that, so she'd come to the door halfway decent. But look, folks, when she came back out of that house, I think it was a little over 11 minutes later, they don't show that part, right? That nighttime garment is sticking out below that hoodie about 9 or 10 inches. And it starts growing as she's walking to the car. By the time she gets to the car, it's damn near down halfway to her knees. But it's beyond me that he wouldn't give her the benefit of the doubt on that. Obviously, he didn't see the video.
But this just tells you how ridiculous the court case was, talking about who cares whether she was wearing her pajamas when she was arrested or not? What's that got to do with the price of fish? And the whole court case was just testimony of
Mervyn, because
her doing her job.
That built, when we talk about the circumstantial evidence, they painted her as a liar, but it was all about little things. And you saw just the way I explained it. I hate to say this, but by the judge getting involved and questioning her on his own about that specifically, which in my opinion, that's the prosecutor's job.
Yeah.
That's the way it's done over here. And then turn around and basically paint her like a liar on the stand. All of them teamed up against her. She didn't have a chance.
And at the end of the day,
Thirlwall has exposed that she was telling the truth when she said that she was isolated. And in court, they tried to make her out as a liar again by putting social media photos up. But there are, within the emails on Thirlwall, saying, between Karen Rees, saying, no, it was a mistake. We didn't mean that you couldn't socially speak to these people. You just couldn't speak to them in work or about the case. And they clarified that in Thirlwall.
Well, but this is the thing that I'm trying to get across. Even if she was a liar, even if she did steal from charities, even if she was a terrible person, even if she did assault someone, what the case is murdering babies. It shouldn't even matter if she was a liar.
Right, Marvin. It's funny you say that because being on the law enforcement side, you normally see the defense start off with the red herring defense. This was the red herring prosecution. I've never seen it done in the history of trials that I've witnessed, but it's the very first time I've seen the prosecution come out with the red herring stuff. Like, oh, not this, look over here. And it's silly, but it happened. And look, if there's some lawyers out there watching, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
But the defense should have rebutted it.
But here's the problem with that the narrative was set 2 weeks, in my opinion, 2 weeks before the first trial, when the media met with the police department and the prosecutor's office. And when that narrative was set, it was an uphill battle. I commend Myers. I don't know how he kept it all straight. I really don't.
Honestly, I've seen Myers in court. I feel he was defending this case with one arm tied behind his back. I think he's a very credible lawyer. And I think I've seen him flabbergasted coming out of court. You know, I think he tried his level best.
Yeah, I do too.
Can I ask you something, 19, in respect of Myers now, and what we were hearing actually towards the end of 2023. I'm mixing up the years. In the 2023 is that there was a lot of noise about the idea. There was lots of NHS lawyers buzzing around that court for that main trial.
There was a lot of NHS lawyers, did you?
Yeah, a lot of NHS lawyers. The idea, so what kind of influence do you think those NHS lawyers could have had to push Myers' arm behind his back, as it were?
No, I don't think the NHS lawyers had any sway at all. I don't think it would be legal for Myers to even indulge in any conversation with anybody that his client has not given him permission to speak to. You know, they were most probably buzzing around the court because this could be billions.
Oh, exactly. That's been my theory all along. It's about following the money. It's about billions of pounds. It's about neonatal care across the whole country.
But the question
for me, look at the maternity care in this country.
Maternity care as a whole, and
this is no disrespect to any midwife or doctor working in maternity, because I'm sure they're trying to do their best in a service that has had cuts and lack of staff. But people should be, writing to their MPs, and you have to be careful how you say things these days, because you can be accused of anything. But people, you need to be shouting from the rooftops. Mothers and babies are dying unnecessarily.
Yeah.
Where's the public outcry?
And we've had something recent. I can't remember where it was now, but there's a recent. Well, every now and again it happens somewhere in the country. There's an issue to do with maternity care, isn't there?
It's all over the country.
It's all over. It's all over. Trevor Chappell asks here, why did Myers agree before the first trial that 2 TPM bags had been spiked with insulin? I mean, first of all, is it the case that he did explicitly agree
an
that?
Oversight.
It's an oversight.
Probably.
We don't know, because I know what he said with regards to Lucy inadvertently admitting in court that one of the babies had been poisoned. And I think her admission was, if they were, I didn't do it. Something like that.
Yeah.
But I remember Myers saying, because you can get things so mixed up because so much has happened. I'm sure Johnson may have said that there was an admission And when Myers got up, he said, it's our case that we dispute that.
Right. I mean, you know,
I may be wrong. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. I remember that.
are we kind of retrospectively looking back now and thinking that Myers didn't know? Did he not know about issues about interference with that test? Did he not know that about the other types of tests that could have been done?
I don't think anyone knew.
Well, Sarita knew. Sarita knew really early on, and she wrote the trial, didn't she? Bringing Sarita back into it.
It's on their own pathology website.
Yeah, it's on the laboratory information too.
I just think it's the whole case is like walking in glue.
Oh, it's terrible. I mean, Joe, the smoking gun. I don't know what I'm going to put this out to you now and the chat and everything. The smoking gun cases carry all these other cases, which alone would go nowhere.
No.
But yet the smoking gun cases, in quotes, would go nowhere themselves alone. So you've got these two. I don't know if I put that clearly, but you've got these two elements that are totally weak individually.
Yeah,
somehow one pulls the other one along.
Yeah, imagine trying to take one of the cases individually. Imagine if it was an individual case, it would just get thrown out. It wouldn't get to court. It would just get thrown out immediately. It's like, what evidence you got? Oh, just because she was there. Absolutely ridiculous.
That's what I'm saying, Mervyn. Every individual case, every single individual case would never get to a charge. No. Should never get to a charge. No. Including the so-called smoking gun cases, because if they say that you can prime a TPN bag in advance, well, when did that happen?
Yeah, she didn't need to be there.
Well, there's something a little strange about that TPN bag, because didn't Professor Green or Dr. Green, the pharmacist, keep one of the bags safely locked in pharmacy? And that bag has never been tested, because it's never been brought in court that the bag was tested.
This is new. This is new to me that one of the bags still kind of exists, really. So is that something that? So he was the person that was investigating the grievance, wasn't he?
Yes, from pharmacy, but because he was head of pharmacy, he was asked to store one of the bags safely in the pharmacy department.
Right. But by whom? Who asked him to do that?
By management.
Right. It's odd, isn't it? Because this is all happened years ago. This is like from 20. I mean, if it's Baby F, it's like from 2015, and this is happening in 2018. So Brewer is finding it in 2018. It's like 3 years ago. They've got this random bag. I don't know.
But you know, Mark.
Then that brings you back to why Lucy said to the police, did they save the bag?
Right.
Oh, right. Okay. Right. Okay. That's interesting.
So it's all logical when you put the pieces of the puzzle together.
Right.
Thirlwall has enabled us to put a lot of that puzzle together.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
It's been a help.
What I would have liked them to ask, him when the pharmacist that did that administrative investigation, I would have liked them to have asked him where did that bag go? One, who exactly told you to hold on to it, and what happened to it, and where's it at now?
Where's it at now?
Yeah.
And why wasn't that asked?
I will try and find the evidence number that is within Thirlwall for you.
Right.
But it is definitely mentioned.
Right, I remember it.
That there was one kept within pharmacy.
Yep. Never heard about it in court though.
No, not at all.
No. And see, that alone.
was Myers aware of it? Because if Myers wasn't
Probably not.
aware of it, why again wasn't this presented to the jury?
Right. But here's the thing. McDonald knows about it now. And that's what we call exculpatory evidence, that either it was withheld for a reason or it wasn't disclosed for a reason. Whatever the reason, it should have been identified and handed over to the defense as exculpatory evidence, in my opinion.
See, we don't know if they destroyed it
Right.
or if it was handed over to the police.
Right.
But
right.
I've got a feeling it would have been destroyed. You need to go back in time. When were the insulin cases? And when were they found? That the insulin cases were found in 2018. So I presume those bags had been destroyed.
Right.
This is the weird thing, is you've got Dr. ZA, who's testifying in Thirlwall that she rang up Steve, her mate, when she's on maternity leave in 2017. And then in 2018, he's got to go through this facade, this performance of finding them as though he's just discovered them, even though he's been told about them a year before. That's what I did in my weird, creepy brewery.
Mark, you said rang up. It was an email, actually.
Oh, sorry, an email. Beg your pardon.
I've got it in front of me, actually.
Oh, have you? Well, yeah. Well, that's great.
Hey, Mark, I got a question real quick, and while he's looking that up real quick. Hey, I know we got text that came off of Lucy Letby's phone, but can y'all answer how many texts, other than ones that came from her phone, talking to other folks like Dr. A and all that? Do you find it odd that the rest of them there was no text messages between those individuals unless you all know about them?
Because they weren't persons of interest.
Exactly. But you know what's odd about that is they waited, and I did a video on this talking about it, where it was my experience that when I had to go, get a phone record, through a subpoena or a warrant or so forth, that it was very difficult. And I don't know if it's changed because I've been out of that arena for a long time, but typically back then, anything over 12 months, you weren't going to get. And I find it suspicious that these guys waited over 12 months, right, to bring this information to the police, because guess what? Chances are they're not going to have any text messages on their side of the house, especially if they got new phones where, here we had a mastermind baby serial killer, according to the media and the police and the prosecution, but she never got rid of her phone.
I'd love to have seen J.R. and Brewery's text messages between each other.
But you see my point, Mark? Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, I just think we've got this constant theme of things going missing, things being moved off stage that should be there. It's just.
You found the email, Mervyn?
Yeah, she was just saying, she was asking, is there a way to identify so this is Dr. ZA to Brewery, is there a way to identify from Badger a list of babies with prolonged hypoglycemia during and just prior to the time we are concerned about? I remember a baby with a high glucose requirement, with high glucose requirements that seemed to fluctuate. Asta and I did a lot of hypoglycemia bloods and hypoglycemia bloods, and the insulin level was high, and the C peptide suggested it could be exogenous insulin. It didn't make sense as the baby had never been prescribed insulin, and the hypoglycemia was better by the time the results were back, so I dismissed it. But it's been nagging at me recently.
They were doing their own investigation, weren't they?
Absolutely. I don't think I'm going to go on maybe on a limb here, but I'm just saying there wasn't a police investigation. There was no police investigation. There was a Breary, Gyram, Evans investigation that the police kind of co-opted and used as their own. Essentially,
it sure looks that way, Mark.
It looks that way, doesn't it?
It sure looks that way. You know, you brought up an interesting point about that, because I've said all along, one of the things that eats at me is, you know, they tore apart her residence, or, you know, her parents' place. They dug up her backyard. They did all this crime scene. Look, they did all this crime scene investigating where they bring in crime scene techs. And look, I know how all that works. But guess the primary place where all the crimes allegedly had occurred didn't get torn up, didn't get gone through, didn't get analyzed, equipment, nothing. I've never seen, look, if I had a case like that, I'd have roped the damn hospital off with crime scene tape and would have been shut down on that part of the building for months. And yet none of that got done. Show me a clip where the news were out there and they had crime scene tape wrapped around that damn neonatal unit, and I'll take it all back.
That's a good point.
That's absolutely right. There's no tape around the sinks out of which they got a filter on with a Pseudomonas coming out of those taps, you know, around those taps on those sinks, you know. And
well, you know, one of the things that bothered me about the case as well, when I read the CQC report, they talked about finding, and maybe the nurse can chime in on this a little bit, about it was blood sample bottles that had been expired over on the children's side. Well, we know the BGA machine was broken on the neonatal ward, and they had to go over to the children's side to use that machine.
That's right.
Well, they went back and looked again. The daggone bottles were still expired. And this was in February, 16th through the 19th, or March 4th on the inspection of 2016. Yet the studying that I did about expired blood sample bottles can cause readings to get screwed up as well.
Right.
I'd like to hear her opinion on that, because if they went over there to that side, they probably used the same daggone bottles.
Yeah. What do you think about that, 19?
So, sorry, I was just trying to read the comment that's up. Yes, obviously, that's why you have an expiry date.
Right.
You have what's called an expiry date and a shelf life date as well. So the shelf life date may be a little bit more than the expiry date, but once any product has reached its expiry date, you cannot be sure that any additives within those bottles are stable. And you could get what's called spurious results.
Absolutely. I read about that. Yeah.
Yeah, false positives.
But
false negatives.
see, people don't want to read the CQC report. It says right in there they told them to get rid of them. And I think when they went back on the 4th, I think they still had them. You have to read it. I know they had them and they were expired.
Right.
There's more holes in this case than a lace curtain.
Yep.
There is. It's a complete. It's a basket case. The whole thing is.
The more you dig, rather than finding any sort of evidence of any guilt, the more you dig, the more she's exonerated, and that tells you everything.
You're right.
Everything since the convictions is all going one way. Nothing's going the other way.
Nothing's going backwards. Absolutely nothing's gone.
Everything's going one way.
Mark, I don't know if you guys, I know you talked about it in another live that you had, and I'm going to bring it up tonight and see what you guys think, because I'm going to tell you, you know, I've talked about it several times, and I still have a problem with it. In the CQC report on page 113, in the second column at the top, first paragraph, talks about there was tape recorders that were used on the ward that the CQC inspection team saw nurses on the ward doing patient handovers using a tape recorder. And yet we haven't heard in the trial, we haven't heard in the investigation or anything about a tape recorder one. And I can tell you this much. I don't know what type of tape recording they were doing. I can assume, or I could speculate, during modern times, they were probably doing it on their phones.
I believe
and yet
so.
here Lucy Letby got accused of taking the hard copies of these patient handovers home. Yet we read in the CQC report of 2016 where they observed them tape recording the patient handovers. So where are they at?
Okay.
Yeah.
I've only ever seen the tape recorded handovers. I did a university exchange program in America, and the nurses on the floor that I went on did these taped handovers, and it was basically a flat tape recording box that had a speaker, and instead of writing everything down, the nurses would basically verbalize it into this box, this tape recorder, and you would write your notes from that. And I think it was to speed up handover so that nurses weren't there for 40, 50 minutes after their shifts, handing the patients over. And I think they have used it in the UK. I've never used it, but I have witnessed it when I went over to America.
Right. So I guess my point is, correct me if I'm wrong, if there's tape recorder of these patient handovers, right, in February, they observed it February 16th through the 19th, or on March 4th during their surprise inspection in the neonatal ward, yet we've heard nothing about a tape recorder. Now, I would consider that the CQC says it plainly in that first paragraph, second column, on page 113 of the 2016 CQC inspection report, yet we know nothing about it. This sounds, I've made comment about this before, this sounds like, that's what brought Richard Nixon down when it was over a tape recorder.
Yeah, yeah.
The only thing I can think is, because obviously we have no idea of which type of tape recording, is that if it was a normal tape recorder, that they just went over the same tape each day, cleared it and went over it again, because really each tape should have been saved.
Yeah, and they may have, because we don't know what they were using, but we may never find out. But that's one of those things that I call exculpatory evidence. And it's evidence that could possibly be brought up by Mark McDonald as one of the, I believe this should be approached in a several prong or a multi-prong approach, not just the medical aspect of things. I think the entire case can be torn apart from the very start. And part of that, I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Carry on.
Part of that involves this official Care Quality Commission report that states a tape recorder was being used up there, and we don't know where it was at. We don't know where it's at. We don't know if the tapes were saved. We don't know if it was a digital recorder. We don't know if they were doing it on their own phones, which I suspect that's probably what they were using. But yet they could have been taking those home on an electronic version on their phone, because here's the thing. When you take your phone and you delete something, it doesn't go away. I know that. And what you're doing is you're taking home an electronic record of these patients, just as Lucy Letby took home the hard copy. And I think she did that, in my personal opinion, I think she was doing it because she knew something was up with what was going on with these babies, and she was probably studying it and really didn't know how to articulate it. Because like you were saying, she was 25 years old, maybe a year younger than that, didn't have a whole lot of experience.
My theory on those what's it called, handover sheets is, if you read her text messages to one of her friends, she had put, I have just looked at a year months worth of evidence.
Yep.
The babies were, extremely vulnerable, had existing illnesses, blah, blah. I think what she tried to do was her own root cause analysis.
Correct. I agree with you. Yep.
I think, and then when she came to court, she didn't know how to explain that.
Right.
And that's why we had I Collect Paper.
Yep. You're exactly right.
Yeah. Do you think she might have even been advised by her counsel to say, well, you don't want to be saying that because
it's quite possible.
It looks like you're going to accuse of being arrogant now, and you're telling you're trying to work out what the doctors are doing, and you shouldn't be. We don't want to present you like this.
But I can understand her trying to do her own root cause analysis.
I can as well.
You know that suspicion is upon you, and you know that you have not done this. So you're trying to find a cause yourself. Number one, to exonerate yourself. And then number two, to say, look, I found the cause. We need to do this, this and this.
Yes, absolutely 19. But there's other aspect that Dr. McLachlan always brought up, was this idea that once you've qualified as a nurse, you do this self-reflective practice. I don't know to what extent that is formalized, that you're meant to be doing this sort of thing.
I think for me, and I go back quite a number of years before Lucy, we were basically taught that you don't take them home. But, as Scott has said, and Scott's, doing the training at the moment, everything changes. People may bring them home. I know people have brought them home by accident. I've had, the odd few handover sheets because you wear a uniform and they're kept in your pockets.
Yeah.
It's so easy to walk out the doors. The only thing you do not forget is if you've got the drug keys, because if you go home with those drug keys, you've got to come back with them.
Yeah.
And people have said to me during this case, nurses that are both practicing and non-practicing, that they've had quite a number of handover sheets. And
I've seen that.
A lot of them now don't really have full identifiers on them. Because
how much private information is like, who cares how much the O2 stats of a preterm baby? Like, I mean, people post. I mean, it's almost as if when you go and get an ultrasound, right? Yeah, and people post that on Facebook. It's like,
but that's theirs to do, Melvin. There is data protection, and it's not good practice.
No, I get that.
But it doesn't make you a murderer.
No, exactly. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, in her mind, she's probably, in her mind, there's nothing. There's nothing on it.
Has anybody got to see those notes at all with some of the redacted information? Because I'd like to see what's on them. Is it a run sheet as well to show who has what?
I think there has been flashed up what would appear to be them, on some of the documentaries, and I think, I'm not sure in Furwell, but with specific things blocked out. But generally, what's on them, you'll have a bed number or maybe a cot number. Depending, you may have identifiers, you may have the patient's name, you may have the hospital number, you may not have those. You may just have the first name. or the surname, and then you will have a diagnosis or a working diagnosis. You know, any tests that need to be done, and chores that you need to do. You know,
Well, you notice that
needs bloods.
Well, you notice the prosecution didn't make that a big deal like they did her written scribbly notes, right? So they must not had the weight that they could have shown the public and the jury. So they just do the smoke and mirrors type thing. Oh, this is you know, private information, and she took it home, and she did this, and she did that, and they don't want to show it to us because it's probably not all that entailed or inclusive to where, you know, it made their case any better. They were their best just to use it as a smoke and mirrors type thing, just like they did with other evidences.
I'm just wanting to agree with the last post that went up. You know, you don't take these notes home to share the information with people.
Yeah, I heard someone was saying she was doing it to work out the overtime and things like that.
It's all about the intention, isn't it? It's what the intention.
Right, because I would want to see them, Mark. I think what I'm familiar with is called a run sheet. You know, you know, like who has what room, and maybe she was trying to figure out, well, why do I have this one all the time and somebody else has this other one, and trying to track who's doing what when you're getting a short end, you know, as far as, you know, it could have been something as innocent as that, but we don't get to see them because, like I said, during the smoke and mirrors charade that the prosecution put on, they only wanted to show the things that they thought would be damning, and anything that could be scrutinized to make her look less culpable, then they're not going to show the public. But one day I think they're going to have to show it.
I think they were trying to intimate, or the public were, that they were trophies. Right. But she had something like 237, something like that, and only 32 was indictment.
Yes, it's back to that the idea of the desperateness to bring in this idea of what people understand of serial killers. Oh, serial killers have trophies, so we've got to find trophies here. So we've got to see what she's done to collect those.
You know, they were in the Asda bag. You know, I remember I had my kitchen refitted with walls going down and things like that, and I remember I had a whole load of documents, just personal documents. They all went into a bag similar to an Asda bag, and they were put in an ottoman bed upstairs. I think those documents are still there.
And what I can't understand about the prosecution's logic is, why would they bring this up knowing that she had 230 odd of them and only 30 of them would, or 13 or whatever, were to do with the indictments? Why even bother bringing it up? Surely you're just shooting yourself in the foot, and surely you're proving you're helping the defense with this. Same with the Facebook posts, the Facebook searches. I don't know, calculated 1.35% of them were to do with the indictments. Surely you're shooting yourself in the foot. Whose idea was it to bring these up?
But Mervyn, it worked for them because it was a compilation.
That's the stupid thing.
It was a compilation.
Stupid thing.
Right, Marvin. It was a compilation of a whole lot of stuff, but it was minor stuff. It was minor things that made her. They tried to make her look, you know, the smoke and mirrors to make her look guilty of murder when it was guilty of small stuff. But people take, and the guilters, what they'll do is they'll take all that together and compile all the little stuff, and you know, they refute Dr. Lee's and the 14 other expert neonatal experts. They'll refute that and replace that with all the little stuff, all the little smoke and mirror stuff. You know,
that's right. In light of that, can I ask you and people in the chat as well now, because I've never thought about this before. If you took away the Facebook searches, you took away every other element of it, you took away the handover notes, you took away the so-called confession notes, the green note. There's none of that there. So the jury see none of that. Do they have a case? Do they have a case without that?
Mark, I think they would have had a hard time convicting her, because here's what I believe.
Yeah, I agree.
Here's what I believe. I think, look, you got to give Johnson credit. He was creative. He was creative. The way he introduced really wasn't evidence with those notes, but he slipped it into the opening statement and the closing statement. And that's how, look, I hate to say this, but some of those folks are probably sleeping up there on the jury stand through 10 months of trial, and all they heard was the closing argument and the opening, or the opening argument and the closing argument. I hate to say it.
For sure.
But when they heard the notes, and they heard other evidences that he presented as evidence, but is not, they're cautioned by the judge that they're not supposed to consider it. But really, that's what they hear. They hear it. Exactly. They hear it.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he let them hear it, to be honest with you.
He wants them to hear it. That's my view. He really wants them to hear it.
Mark, shall I put it simply?
Yeah.
Remove Lucy Letby from this case, and what are you left with? Natural cause of illness and substandard care.
Right.
Absolutely that's the bottom line. That's it. That's what we've got with the super. They've just placed a crime on top of that, which is complete fiction on top of all that.
What's that film, Sliding Doors? Can you imagine if when Lucy received a text message from her boss saying, "Can you do overtime this weekend?" or whatever, and if she said no instead of yeah.
There's not a nurse in the country that could quite easily be in Lucy's position. In my younger days, I've lived in the nurse's home. I've done 70-hour weeks. I've been accessible to be telephoned to come in. And if there was a spate of deaths, could I be sitting in a cell?
Exactly.
Yeah, you could be, yeah.
Not just me, any nurse in the country.
Anybody.
Look, I hate to say this, Mark, but there's several reasons why they went after Lucy Letby. One, because she was kind of meek and mild, but eventually she stood her ground when she couldn't take it anymore by the support of her parents. And they probably said, look, you got to go in there and stand on your own 2 feet and, and tell them, cut this shit out. I'm not putting up with his name calling. I'm not going to be this angel of death. I'm not going to be this, what was the other one they called her? Nurse of death or death nurse or something like that. She stood up for herself, but coupled by, in my opinion, here's a successful nurse, right? She owns her car, she owns her own house, she's doing her own thing, and they just want to tear it down, folks. In my opinion, when you're successful like that as a young lady, or even young men as well, they'll tear you apart.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree.
And I think it was her personality. So the police called her in for interviews, and she went along and spoke to them for as long as they wanted, every time, volunteered, kept talking.
Right. And
if she'd have said from the get-go, if she'd have said no comment, I don't think we'd have been here.
That's exactly.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mervyn, because I don't know the rules over there. I was curious why she volunteered to.
I think.
What are the rules with that? Are you obligated to talk to the police?
No, you're not. You're not at all.
Say, from a nursing perspective, no, you don't have to speak to the police, but you're expected as a nurse to, with your duty of candour, to assist the police. So she was trying to be helpful.
Yeah, but not if you're a suspect.
But even so, I know it sounds stupid, because now, if, you know, for any reason I would called into the police, I would be doing no comments.
Yeah,
Where
I would as well.
Prior to this case, I would try and be helpful.
Yeah.
Well, can I say something, Mark?
Please. Oh, yeah. Anybody?
I think when they went there on July 3rd, 2018, and I guess you all call it arrested, it would be detained over here. It's a detention for questioning.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be arrest, but y'all call it an arrest. So
yeah,
they go arrest her. They go in the house, and there's 11 minutes of video that's missing, a little over 11 minutes of video. And y'all can look at the clip that you know they put out to the media, and they're in there, and I know how this goes. They're in there sweet talking her, saying, "Oh, we just want to hear your side of the story. This is a formality. I gotta cuff you with your hands behind your back, and you know." But that's all by design, folks. That perp walk, what we call a perp walk over here, I know it's something new for you guys, and it probably it started with Lucy Letby, to be honest with you. And you know, as far as over there in the UK, they bring her out in the handcuffs, and they're parading her out to the car. And but I think it was Lucy Kennedy, if I'm not mistaken, that put her in the car. It looked like her fingernails and watch, because I looked at the Operation Hummingbird video, and it looks like her watch.
Right.
And I can tell you, she was talking to Lucy Letby like they had been best friends from high school.
Yeah.
Look, she's buttering her up. Look, when you're in that position, which she was, I think they were trying to say, we're just questioning you about your practice, because that's what she was saying when she went in there. She didn't know until she, you know, goes through the gamut. They take her clothes, they put her in paper or whatever she had on. You can see it ain't the same thing she had on when she got arrested. She's humiliated. She's probably sitting in a cell with no windows. They probably, what they call, putting her on ice for a while. And I know that's probably new terminology for you all, but that's kind of what they do
I understand.
to make you think about things. And you know, it's really a stressor. But that's techniques.
I'm not saying that she incriminated herself in any way during
I realize
interviews, because she was completely honest in everything. And listening back, you know, she did everything she said was perfectly fine. But I'm just saying the fact that she did keep assisting them, giving them answers. I think that sort of led them to keep calling her back. Whereas if from the get-go, when they asked her, "Can you come in?" and for a question, if she went, "No, I'm busy this weekend," you know, I think that would have been the end of it.
Well, here's the thing: I don't think they gave her an option. I think they put her in handcuffs, and you're going down to the station.
Yes, sometimes they did, but other times she had voluntarily. I think there was something like 30 interviews or something. She had voluntarily went to speak to them when they called her.
I would like to see those interviews, because here's the interviews that I understand were each time that she was arrested, and then they broke it up into segments. That's my understanding. Now I could be wrong on that.
Yeah, there's three arrests.
There was three arrests, which was probably 10 or more hours of interviews each time, I believe. But if you know, you might know more than what I know about that, Mervyn. But I'd like to see the tapes on them, and I think the public should be entitled to see these interview tapes, because I found it very suspicious that they put out a couple-minute clip of her interview, her very first interview, and that was it. Nobody's gotten to see any of the other videos and audio interviews with Lucy Letby, other than that small clip that they released to the media, and that's suspicious to me in itself.
Yeah, James got the transcripts, but not the actual.
Right, exactly. And you know what's even more suspicious about that first interview is those two interviewers, you never saw them in the second and third interview. It was Danielle Stoner, Detective Sergeant Danielle Stoner, that did second and third, according to Liz Hall in her interview with Danielle Stoner. Makes me wonder, folks, in that first interview, did the interviewers, there was a female interviewer and a male interviewer. It makes me wonder if they went to Hughes and said, "Hey, I don't think this is your."
Yes,
I don't think this is
that's
your person."
exactly what I was going to say. There must have been, when they during the course of their interviews and her dealings with her, there must have been people on that team who, because
I think there were,
because you're a police officer.
Yep.
So you know when.
Yeah, I think I don't know. I can't say 100%, Mervyn. I can't say 100% with certainty that that's exactly what happened. But it's suspicious to me that those two didn't do the second and third interview. And I can tell you this much: I feel like with that new interviewer being brought in on the second and third, it's suspicious. And not only that. There was an article not too long ago about in the Unheard by I think it was David Stone.
David, David Rose, yeah.
I'm sorry. You're right. It's David Rose.
That's right.
I don't know where I got Stone from.
I just tried to look it up. I just tried to look it up, but it won't let me do it because he wants me to join. He wants me to pay for it. Right. Because I was trying to find the name of that detective sergeant.
Well, I've heard two different names.
Possibly one of those first interviewers.
Right. And I don't really want to say because I'm not so sure because I've heard two different names for that detective sergeant. And if you guys can look that up, maybe we can do video or maybe we can get back on here and do another live. But
I'm trying to look it up, but it won't let me in there now. No, yeah.
I'm curious if she's not the one that those notes got leaked from.
Right. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. Yeah.
I've been interviewed by the police before, and basically they made a mistake, and you could tell afterwards the sheepish look on their faces, and their they knew that they had made a mistake. They knew that they'd messed up bigly. So I mean, you know when you've got the right guy in there, don't you? Right.
Well, sometimes it's difficult, Mervyn. I can tell you this: when you're working really big cases, especially missing children, abduction cases, and you're under a lot of pressure and time constraints. It's I'm not saying that's the type of case that they brought you in there for, but I'm just saying cases like that, and it's not funny, but. Cases like that, you're under a lot of pressure, and you start developing suspects or people of interest or whatever, and you gotta be careful with it. That's why you get trained in interview and interrogation techniques. But what I saw in that first interview with Lucy Letby on July 3rd, 2018, it didn't appear that those interviewers had a whole lot of experience with this type of case. And the way they acted, especially the one on the left, and I actually put up a video. I felt so bad about it, I took it back down because I was ridiculing her about twisting or turning the ink pen around like she was, at a major red at a parade or something. And that's one thing they teach you. You don't distract your person that you're interviewing by flipping this ink pen around between your fingers and pointing it at them. And if you look at that video, that very short clip, you can only imagine what the rest of the video looks like. It's ridiculous. And I'm
sorry. I was going to say, Merlin, that you got a senior investigating officer there that is putting out a video in which he's saying that he believes that children anytime a child crashes on a neonatal unit, everybody knows it's going to happen. Anytime a child dies, everybody knows it's going to happen. There's never anything that's out of the ordinary. So
first he actually said, you talk about Detective Hughes.
Hughes, yeah.
No, but he did say first. He said my thought was that babies on neonatal wards would just collapse randomly. He said that was his first thought. And then he said, but they told me otherwise.
And guess who the they is?
Who's this they? Right. Who's this they?
Yeah, we all know who the they are, right? We know
the guys. It's the guys.
Yeah. Them. There's some sort of tranny there.
Right. So here's the problem Well, I did several videos critiquing Operation Hummingbird. They didn't do that well. I think people were afraid to go on there and even entertain that thought of me or somebody critiquing the Cheshire Police Department. But look, I don't have any fear in that, because if I got a feeling that, or intuition, would you say, that something doesn't look right, I'm going to say it.
Yeah, right.
And
Absolutely.
I did several videos on that Operation Hummingbird, and it's ridiculous to me that they would even be allowed to put out a video like that.
It's absurd, isn't it? It was
Because
like a corporate
what's
video.
odd, Mark, what's odd about that video is the police department gave them the go-ahead to put that video out, and yet in turn have a spokesperson go to the newspaper and say, oh, you all are talking about this case and about these particular incidents and so forth, and it needs to stop, in other words. And I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but you can see here recently, they put out statements that they don't like being scrutinized, because there's like idle threats about we don't want you talking about any of these newer cases. But hell, ain't nobody talking about the newer cases except for them.
Yeah,
they're the ones that have gone out. Yeah, they went out and started that crap and released it to the media, and then they tell everybody else, hey, we don't want you talking about this. Well, don't put it out. Hell, we wouldn't have known about it if you hadn't put it out.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, it's them that's using it as a threat for the idea that at any moment we could shut all the debate down any moment.
Right, but do you think that any judge in this entire world would side with them about critiquing these cases, that they did a video on YouTube and released to the public? There's not a judge in this world that would say that
it's not.
We wouldn't be allowed to do that, in my opinion.
I don't.
It's ridiculous.
Well, according to common law, anything that is put out that may prejudice a upcoming investigation or a pending case is contrary to common law and could be contempt of court. But Hummingbird was allowed to put their video up on the night of the conviction, and they had the public prosecution on there. That I can't remember her name, a French name. She was on there, and they were more than aware that the prosecution was making a decision whether they was going to bring a retrial, and they had also announced that we were looking at 4,000 other cases, and they was looking at corporate manslaughter.
Yeah.
But Judge Goff didn't mind that when it was brought up pre the jury selection by Ben Myers.
Right. Makes you wonder, though, doesn't it?
It does make you
Was
wonder.
that Pascal Jones or something? Was that her name?
Yes, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah,
And
she was in the Hummingbird.
Right.
This whole notion of them looking at 4,000 other babies that had gone through her care. I mean, doesn't that tell you everything? Like, that tells it. So all that tells you is that 3,993 of them was not suspicious on a percentage-wise.
I just think it's in a way they have a duty to look back. If a murder had occurred, then they have a duty to look back at somebody's work history. So I don't criticise them for that. It's the fact of the process of this case is all wrong.
Yes.
And that was post-conviction that had been said. So I don't really blame the police on that, because that's what the public would expect.
Yeah, but the fact that they didn't find anything else, well, I mean, what does that tell you?
We don't know, because it's still being undertaken at the moment.
Oh, is it? Oh, I suppose it is. Yeah, yeah. But they haven't mentioned anything, have they?
Evans has supplied 25 cases of being suspicious for deliberate harm back in 2018, and then another 25 in, if we're to believe Dr. Philip Hammond, and I don't see why we shouldn't, in 2023. So he's added another 50 cases that he's suspicious of out of 82 cases he's received in total. It's a basket case, all this stuff, and this is the thing that I contacted. I've forgotten his name now. One of those statisticians, when he did a video about it. Is the idea that John Quigley. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right. Thank you, 19. So I said, like, he's been. Evans has added another 50 cases, which have gone nowhere. NFA, no further action on it, on all of them. According to him, not according to me, according to Evans, because he says that to. Evans says this to Rachel Aviv in the article, if her reporting is correct, and then he says it to Dr. Philip Hammond in 2020. It would be 2023. Yeah, that's what it would be.
I think what I find is quite unprecedented, because it's not like America, when everybody in the world and his wife can be in the media post a conviction. It doesn't really run like this in this country. For an expert witness to be doubling down so much, you know, all he had to say was, I stand by my witness within the courts. The courts, the person has been convicted, and that's all I have to say. Yeah. But I've never known anybody in my life, and then to be really disrespectful about the 14 international experts, you know, all he had to say was, you know, although I respect their viewpoint, I stand by what I have said, and leave it at that.
This whole case was built on people doubling down. You've got Brewery and JRM doubling down. The police were going to close the investigation. Obviously, someone told JRM about, by the way, they're just going to see you to tell you that we're closing it, the investigation, no interest. And so he doubles down, pulls out another 6 cases. The whole case was built on doubling down.
Yes. Absolutely. They keep they have to keep topping themselves in order to make it work, to push it forward, and to reach a conclusion in the theatre of the court, because the court isn't about the truth. That court case wasn't about the truth.
Just to answer Trevor here, he's put, where is the public interest in looking at further prosecutions? I agree with you, Trevor. Even in the case of Myra Hindley and, gosh, I can't think of his name. In the case of Myra Hindley, there was 2 poor children that was found post their conviction. They were never charged with those murders and brought to court because it was not in the public interest to spend further millions in bringing a case, because they were never likely to get out of jail.
Yeah, so she's got a life sentence, hasn't she? Yeah.
So they're going to spend another 10 million on further cases. It is not in the public interest.
It's all to protect what they've done, which is a complete fabrication. It's all about that, isn't it? Because
but Mark,
and that's what the trial in 2024 was. That's meant to be a final nail in the coffin and to shut people up for a while.
Right. But Mark, like I said earlier, when I first came on, I think they'd be foolish to try to bring any more cases.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think they were going
to.
Yeah.
Until Shu Lee's panel came out.
Well,
I think they were
I don't know.
to.
I don't know, Mervyn. I think that was smoke and mirrors. I think they were talking about it, and I really don't think. I think it was just all talk to get everybody to, quiet down. Thirlwall inquiry was gearing up, and I think they were losing the narrative. And I know you hear me say that a lot, but they controlled it for several years, and when they lost it, I think they're just floundering right now. They don't know what to do.
They don't know what to do.
No, and I don't think they know what to do.
Absolutely. I just want to say, when they tried that thing with Liverpool Women's Hospital about the extubations, it was almost overnight on Twitter. They were shot down with the false statistics that the guy at Thirlwall was using, that barrister was using. I forgot his name. A complete, absolute arsehole. Sorry for my language, but that's what he is. And he was trying to use these fake statistics about extubations, and he was shot down on Twitter overnight. And we never heard anything else about it.
I think, unfortunately, this case, nobody's looked for the truth or real answers. Right. Even in Thirlwall, when people have tried to bring, other points up, they were closed down, and it was pretty much, which is the, the premises for Thirlwall to look on the guilt aspect, but there's just, people were shut down. You could see they were being shut down and redirected within the questioning. Absolutely. And for me, you need everything out on the table so the truth is told, whether it's innocence or guilt. You need everything.
It's not real. Thirlwall isn't a real thing, is it? It's not real because it's based on a false premise of guilt, isn't it?
Well, I think it's real, Mark. I think it's all by design. I think their original theory was, hey, we're going to start this Thirlwall inquiry. We're going to shut everybody up for a little while longer, but it backfired.
Yeah, absolutely.
And really ended up, right, Mervyn? It ended up giving out more information than they banked on because we started finding out more information in there that, like give you an example. Baby D's mom, went to the Thirlwall inquiry and said that the doctors told her that her baby died from an overwhelming infection. Right. But yet nobody wants to talk about it. Now, who in their right mind would tell a mother initially that their baby died from infection and then turn around and say, well, I guess we made a mistake. Now we're going to tell you something else.
Yeah, no, that's interesting. Yeah, so are we kind of saying here that Thirlwall starts as a cover-up, but then it's got a tiger by the tail then, and it can't control it. It can't control itself even.
I wouldn't say Thirlwall was the cover-up. I think Thirlwall was given a premises, and it stuck to that, which has narrowed the truth-finding aspects of the case.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
But
I think it was all by design, like she's saying. I think it was they have very strict guidelines, and they're going to stay within those guidelines and don't deviate from it.
Yeah, but even within that narrow margin, they've given, they've released enough for us to say, unintentionally
now,
unintentional effects of it. Yeah.
We talked about that last week. What was it? Karen Reese, I think it was. Karen Reese came out in a couple news articles saying that she now believes that Lucy Letby is innocent. Yeah. And I said, well, why did Karen Reese ever stop believing Lucy Letby was innocent?
I don't think Karen ever stopped thinking she wasn't innocent. I think what happened, being confusion with the staff. You know, you don't know what's truth, what's fiction.
Right.
You know, you work with somebody, you think you know them inside and out, and then all of a sudden you're presented with lots of different things, which makes you question your own foundation. Was I wrong? Was my relationship with this person completely wrong? I think Karen was actually advised by her legal team to denounce Lucy.
That's right.
And it never sat right with her.
And Karen Rees was one of the people who I read one of her letters in the basically unheard whistleblowers, who wrote a letter to management saying that the treatment of Lucy Letby is disgusting and there's no evidence. And you know, so she was one of these unheard whistleblowers.
But folks, here's the problem with that. Yeah, I agree with you wholeheartedly, 19, about Karen Rees, and I think she's on the right track now. I wish she at the court case, I wish she would have been the one taking the stand and trying to squeeze some of that in there to say that, hey, what's that?
I think she was retained is the wrong word, because generally with the retention you're paid. Right. But I think she was a potential witness for the case, but was never called for the trial. I have the utmost respect for Karen Rees to come out with her true thoughts about Lucy and the case, because nurses' voices are being suppressed all the time. Thirlwell has shown this by giving snippets.
Edited,
You know,
well, 19. Here's what I know, and it might be different in the UK. And what I mean by Karen Rees going to court is the defense will have investigators going out and they'll talk to all the witnesses. And whether it's a hostile witness or a witness on behalf of the defense, when the investigator goes out and initially interviews a potential witness, and I'm sure she was probably interviewed by both sides, it would have been nice to have her take the stand or appear in the witness box, you know, even for the defense, to say, hey, here's what I think. And I think Lucy Letby, and not only Karen Rees, I think there's a lot of Karen Reeses out there now that are having a difficult time with not standing up for Lucy Letby in the beginning of all this. And I think their conscience is getting the best of them. And I'll go one step further. I think there's some police, there's some detective sergeants, maybe some regular officers at the lowest level. I think one appeared as a leak about Professor Jane Hutton and earlier on. I don't know if you all remember that got leaked out about you know, the prosecution saying, "Oh no, we don't want Professor Hutton in there. don't retain her." Yeah. And guess what? That's I'm glad I thought of that, because that's another problem I see that should have been raised and probably still could be raised as exculpatory evidence in any sort of appeal, that was never disclosed to the defense.
No, indeed, it wasn't.
But I agree with you about Karen Rees, 19. I think you're spot on with her, and I know it seems like I'm, you know, talking her down a little bit. I know in the video that I did, I got corrected by a few people, and I took it, and I'm not talking bad about her. I just wish she would have, I know how these things work. I wish she would have showed up on the defense side with the plumber and said, hey, here's the way I feel. But the way the headline reads and what she's saying in the article pretty much lays it out. She now believes Lucy Letby is innocent, which, like you said, that was on the advice of lawyers who would give that kind of advice. I don't know. but especially if it goes against the truth. That to me is ridiculous.
I think I don't know. I'm not sure if you've lost 19 there. I think.
No,
Are
I'm
you
still
back?
here.
So, you know, with Karen Reese, I think she was kind of monstered by that process, and
True.
You know, she was told to shut up, basically.
I imagine working for the NHS in that hospital. I imagine everyone's sort of deluding each other. You're in that. We talk about being in our bubble, but they're going to be in their bubble where, of course she's guilty, aren't they? So they're probably. It's like a giant. I imagine it's a giant elephant in the room if you're working in the hospital.
Well, everybody wants to end up on the right side of the fence because they didn't want to be on the other side of the fence. And I think they were approached this is just my opinion. I think they were approached by the prosecution and said, hey, which side of the fence you want to be on? I know how these things work. And they know, and that's how some of them ended up with anonymity. And I wouldn't doubt if some of them didn't end up with some sort of immunity. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah.
I think, you know, going back to Karen Reese, we don't know. There's many anomalies within this case. We don't know if the judge said, no, that's inadmissible. We don't know if the judge ruled what evidence could be brought in, what witnesses could be brought in, what witnesses couldn't.
Well, typically,
I tell you who's the hero for me, from a nursing perspective, is the nurse that went back and looked at her police statement and came back to court and said they were wrong. Lucy did not turn the alarms off.
Right.
Was it Gibbs and Harkness?
Yeah, Gibbs and Harkness.
They came back and apologised to her for doing it later. Now she's the true hero to me.
Absolutely, she was very important in that. Yeah.
You know, and you know, Karen is doing her best for Lucy now. So
She is now.
We must not put Karen down.
I agree with you.
I agree with you.
Yeah,
I agree with you.
She said, Karen says in that interview with the Times, she said, "I'll always regret what I did there," and I believe her. She realizes now, but she was with her until they kind of almost forced her not to be with her. But now she's come back. She's come back.
Mark, in that video that I did about Karen Reese at the end of it, I said that I applaud her for that, and she has the guts to come out now, but I also think it's a little bit more comfortable for her because the pressure's off of a lot of those folks. And
she's retired now.
Yeah, she's got the guts to do it.
They can't get her job. So,
well, she's still got a pension. Let me tell you something. If they want you, they'll get you.
That's true. Yeah. Sorry, Emma.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Because we should be here for the truth.
Yeah.
You know, people shouldn't be suppressed. Nurses' voices should not be suppressed. Nurses are the patient's advocate, and that advocacy is being eroded because of fear. And you could see it in the trial.
You could see it in the trial. And isn't this a very stark thing that when they're looking to create a rota, they've only got nurses on there. They've got nobody else. But when they want to suppress people, then they will suppress nurses. But they'll only put nurses on the rota in terms of trying to work out who's there when there's a crash or a death.
Right. Hey, Mark, I don't mean to interrupt you. I have a question for 19. It just occurred to me.
Absolutely,
In the CQC report, they talked about in 2014, in the latter part of 2014, I can't remember what page it was on, but it's in the 2016 CQC report. They talked about they had a issue with puerperal sepsis up on the maternity ward, and they tried to claim it was isolated. And my thoughts on that, and I did videos about it. You know, what draws my attention when anybody ever says it's, you know, it's isolated to a certain, that's a red flag to me. And it seems like the CQC allowed the Countess of Chester Hospital to not only investigate the puerperal sepsis problem, but they allowed them to mitigate it themselves as well. And there was nothing ever said about it. Just the fact that the Countess basically said that it wasn't as bad. I'm paraphrasing a little bit, that it wasn't as bad as, you know, it looked basically, or it's under control, something along those lines in 2015. My personal opinion, although it's not a medical opinion, I think it probably lingered, you know, whatever it was that was happening. I think it was brought on, it's my understanding, by moms going in there and being in labor for way too long. And this problem just kept occurring and occurring and occurring, such as with, I think it was with baby D's mom as well. What's your thoughts on that puerperal sepsis problem that they had in 2014, 2015?
I think it's difficult to comment because I don't know what infection control processes they had in place. But you know, you have doctors coming in from the neonatal unit to maternity unit. You know, you have the babies then going to the new neonatal unit. How much was it contained? How much, what was their isolation? You know, were they having hand washing audits? So were they at 100% for those audits? It's, you know, I think with lots of things, it's difficult unless you've got a full picture.
Right, right. And that brings me to another interesting point, 19. I read in there that they had 2 neonatal cots on the maternity ward, and the neonatal nurses, this is observations that the CQC inspectors had stated in the report, that the neonatal nurses had to go up on the maternity ward and tend to the 2 cots up on the neonatal or on the maternity ward. And yet when you hear about, you know, folks had testified against Lucy Letby that, you know, at times that they would go on to the unit and the babies weren't attended, but they evidently, the public and those folks didn't know that these nurses had to go up on another ward to tend to babies, 2 cots on another ward, and leave the other babies unattended. And they state that in the CQC report in 2016.
I think we said earlier that they did have some babies on the maternity unit where they may have had an infection or been unwell, but weren't sick enough to require neonatal. They were fine to stay with mum. But it's all the cross infection. You know, you're going into the maternity unit that, you know, may have been harboring, you know, bacteria or viruses, especially when they were having the sewage problem. And then you're taking it back to your unit because they're not going to change their uniforms. They're not going to have overshoes over their shoes unless they're going into a theatre. So, you know, whatever infection there is on the maternity unit can be, you know, taken back to the neonatal unit, you know, from just touching things with your hands.
Right. Well, we know they were bringing them down to, like we discussed earlier, we know they were bringing them down to the neonatal unit to be treated with intravenous antibiotics, which, you know, people don't want to talk about it, though. You know, they don't want to talk about how these so-called healthy babies were observed, transported down to the neonatal ward from the maternity ward to be treated for infection. Because that's what that's for, right?
they obviously had some form of infection.
Right.
Or
Right.
they
Yeah,
were.
loads of them listed sepsis. Loads of them did when you go through
Yeah.
the reports.
Yeah.
The word sepsis appears so many times.
Right. And if you look at the CQC report, they bring it up. They talk about it.
I think
yeah, sorry.
there was obviously some form of infection on that unit, whether it was viral or bacterial.
Right.
You've got very vulnerable babies, you know, with a very vulnerable immune system. And, you know, it could have been multifactorial.
Yeah.
19, I got a question. Like over here, as you know, you go to the hospital, there's chief of security, there's a bunch of security guards all over. And you probably know this from being over here and doing some training. You know, I find it odd. I guess they don't have that at the Countess of Chester Hospital, but over here, and it's been my experience that the chief of security, whoever's running that, they know everything that's going on in that hospital. It's odd to me. I guess they don't have it there, or the individuals in charge of that. What's the deal with that as far as security at the Countess of Chester Hospital? Are you aware of?
Generally, I don't know about the Countess of Chester Hospital, but generally, you only see security if you call them down. You know, you obviously see them like.
So you've gone quiet a bit there.
Sorry. You see them patrolling the ground and grounds and the entrances, and I think we had a problem in this country a few years ago of babies being snatched from maternity units, and that's why you have the card entry for the doors for maternity.
Yes.
Can I just say? Sorry.
I'm not too sure if security would have gone to the neonatal unit on a daily basis, only on like a door checking and things. I don't know.
But I guess why I'm bringing that up is like my experience over here. If there's a problem or somebody's suspected of something, they normally go to the chief of security or whoever's in charge of that aspect of the hospital, and they say, hey, I think we got a problem, like whether it's a theft or whether like an internal theft with medications, if it's a theft with personal items from nurses or doctors, pocketbooks or whatever, lockers or whatever. I find it odd that we haven't heard from the security aspect of the Countess of Chester Hospital that if they had one at all, if they did exist, why haven't we heard from those folks? Like I said, it's been my experience. They know everything that's going on at that hospital, whether it's rumor or fact.
I presume they weren't consulted.
So can I just say, at no point, when a single baby had died, at no point did anyone raise any suspicion about and say, hold on, this death is a bit suspicious. They all at the time, I'm talking about individually. I'm talking about individually at the time. For each treating the babies as individuals, each individual death, they knew at the time what the cause of death was. In that, nobody on an individual basis went, I think this has been, I think there's foul play here.
No, exactly that.
Right, and that's what seems odd to me, Mervyn. Having investigated not deaths of infants, but going to the hospital, conducting what we call attended deaths. Attended deaths are deaths that the individual or the decedent was under a doctor's care. And what seemed odd to me is the procedure that should have, and 19 could probably attest to this, there's procedures and protocol that go into place when that happens, such as like with what happened with the Noah Robinson case. That's what's supposed to happen, but it didn't happen. And it never happened from baby A to baby Q. That never happened. 19, you agree?
Yeah.
There's a sense here that in terms of like security being involved, the idea that there's a crime in action happening, everything is done in retrospect. Everything's happening from the point of view of May, June 2017, once Lucy Letby's been out of the unit for 9 or 10 months. She's been out, the best part of a year. So there's nothing happening
It's all
at that
yeah.
time. It's all retrospective.
Right.
Everything's about the past.
Right.
Everything they do in terms of investigatory movements are about the past.
It wasn't a problem at the time when they were explaining to the parents about the death. They would have told them it was because of this and that, and at the time the parents would have accepted it because they knew that the baby was ill. And at the no one raised anything at the time because there wasn't anything wrong.
Well, sorry, can I just interject that there is a caveat to that, and that it leads to the situation before the police get involved. You've got this Chester Solicitors, which is actually a very large solicitor group. Actually, it's a very powerful group representing several of the parents. How many, I don't know. But you've got them all ready to go with potential medical negligence or claims against that hospital before that police investigation starts in earnest. So that those parents weren't satisfied with the answers that the Countess was giving them. Not all of them were, anyway.
Right. Well, look at the situation they're in now, though. I don't know about the UK, but I think if it was here, I think it would be a very difficult case for them if, you got a person that's charged with all these murders, right? What kind of case are they going to have? Because you got a murder. Now they're trying to use the Thirlwall inquiry as an evidentiary catapult to show that there was some other, like management didn't follow protocol to identify this individual, such as Letby, as they got her boxed in on these, these murder and attempted murder charges. Where else are they? It seems to me that they're going to have a lot of man hours into these cases with no reward, in my opinion. If it's Lucy Letby pinned on all these, where's the angle for them? I think they had an angle before this was pinned on Lucy Letby, but I don't see an angle for them unless something happens during this Thirlwall inquiry that's a revelation to say that absolutely nothing was done and it was ignored that this was happening, because that's not the case. There was things that Chambers and Ian Harvey did along the way as far as administrative investigations in-house, and I think they'll have a difficult time getting past all that, in my opinion.
Well, absolutely. The purpose of the Thirlwall inquiry, it can't work. It cannot work in its proposed purpose, because it's based on a false premise that there were crimes. So it can't work.
I think, unfortunately, because there's been convictions, people who have given evidence within Thirlwall have had to do it from a mea culpa point of view.
Oh, they absolutely have it. And somebody like Chambers and Harvey are doing it under the threat of potential of corporate manslaughter and medical negligence, or like corporate manslaughter charges. That's what they've been. That's the threat they're under. That's the level they're under.
It's exceedingly sad, because all they needed to do was have the courage of their convictions and said basically the truth of what happened at the time. you know, they needed to just say, this is the evidence that was presented to us at the time, and this is why we went down this road. I found all the way through this case, whether it's been in court or whether it's been in Thirlwell, I was always taught you give a statement of truth.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
a statement of
Yeah.
facts, you
Right.
know, as well as of truth, of facts.
Right.
This happened at this time. I observed this, where through the court case and through Thirlwell, people have been able to give their own conjecture, their own assumptions of what's gone on.
Yeah, a lot of, I agree with you, 19. There's a lot of conjecture, a lot of hearsay that turned into what's they called circumstantial evidence. You're right.
And, you know, I'm amazed because, you know, now they want you to do a reflective piece on an incident, which is absolutely fine. But before you do the reflective piece, you have to give the statement of facts of what actually happened or what you observed to happen. And, you know, I think in the courts, it was either Gibbs or Brearley had said, oh, I've had a thought of what may have happened with the inflim. Would you like me to share it with the court? No.
19, there was also doctors on there that used the word felt. They felt about who in the, I've never heard of such in all the time in law enforcement and going to court. I've never heard of a medical professional say or testify to say that they felt anything when it came to a diagnosis or a prognosis. That's
no,
new. That's news to me.
Feelings. You know, it's not about feelings.
But a lot of them said it.
Yeah.
A lot of them said it, but then what you needed, the only thing that you needed to close the deal, always be closing from that film, Glengarry Glen Ross, always be closing, close the deal with Evans saying, this happened, this definitely happened, and nothing else happened but this. And that's how they did it. They had to have an Evans there. Without the Evans, there's no deal here.
I just find it all frightening.
It's terrifying.
Completely
It's horrific.
Frightening. And for any practicing health professional, it's terrifying.
If you go back and, I'm sorry, if you go back and listen to some of Evans talking to media after the fact, and he talks about, it's almost like he's stepping away from his full analysis on his own. It's like we collectively, or the doctors and I collectively. Have you noticed that recently?
Yes.
We.
Yeah. Well, who's the we?
Yeah.
Who's the we?
To be fair, he did have 7 other doctors back him up.
Yeah, but that's not what he's talking about. He's making it sound like, see, they are supposed to back up what he's doing, but he makes it sound like he's backing up what somebody else is reporting and I suspect he's talking about J. Ram and Bird. That's who he collectively, earlier on. I'm not talking about when this goes to trial. He's talking about earlier on when this whole thing starts. He's getting his information from those two.
I believe so. Yeah, I believe he is. I think there's a hotline between them.
Right. In my opinion. Oh yeah, no doubt. I think that's going to come. That's going to come out eventually.
That's the big. That's the big thing to come out. That's the big connection.
I suspect when JR brought out these 6 new cases, I suspect that was when he also handed over this theory about air embolus. I suspect he probably pulled an all-nighter, and knowing that the police were going to speak to him and say we're closing it. I suspect that's when he came out with this air embolus theory, and so there you go.
Yeah, it's just this coincidence of this 1989 paper that J.R.M. finds it, Evans finds it. It's just a bit. It's quite neat, isn't it? But
what I can't understand is how he got away with the Baby K incident with all that he said happened at 0350 hours in the morning of February 17th, 2016. That he looked at his watch, and then all that became irrelevant in the retrial of Baby K, the Baby K case. And
when the doorstop data was changed.
Because that canceled all that out, and yet it was never entertained. And I think I'm not cutting Myers.
Because it was everything in this trial has been messy. They've jumped from one indictment to another, you know. And if you're sitting on the jury,
tough to follow.
Hard enough to follow it. As in understanding, you know, they had Dr. Evans in the first trial going through the equipment that was used that he's never used in his life before.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
I was struggling to understand quite a lot of it when I'm listening to the.
They'll start talking about one case, go through it, and then they'll jump to another case. Now, with the retrial, obviously I believe in the integrity of the jury, but, it's when they're having flashed in front of their faces, that she's already been convicted of X amount of crimes, and it's quite emotive putting, that teeny babies, that's what people look at. She's convicted, she's a murderer, so she's had to have done this. And they went out at 12 midday, the jury. They would have had an hour's for lunch break. Obviously, this is all assumption. Then they would have had to choose a foreman of the jury, introduced each other. They were back by 3 o'clock. I think they did one vote, and all said guilty and went back. I don't think there was any major discussion, but obviously it's assumption. Nobody knows what deliberations happen into a jury room, but from just an observational perspective, I don't think she had any chance on this case.
Are you talking about the retrial 19?
The retrial.
The retrial.
Right. Because here's the thing. Now, if you were sitting on a jury and the prosecutor got up and said this person had been convicted of X amount of murders and attempted murders, it'd be pretty easy,
And Myers was not allowed to say the not guilties or the hung juries.
Right. You know what I didn't like about the first trial was how the rules changed midstream. There was an agreement, I assume, that it was going to be a majority, and then it turned out
the judge is allowed to do that.
Yeah. Well, that didn't help her. That didn't help her at all.
And there was a jury member that was allowed to be or was discharged during deliberations.
Yep. Which, here we have alternate jurors. An alternate would have stepped in.
Generally, they do in the UK, but I think they were discharged at the end, weren't they? Or during the trial at some point, they were discharged.
You would think that should be a grounds for an appeal if, the rules change on you midstream of the jury deliberation where it was supposed to be, I think it was unanimous and then it went to majority.
I think that's the part of the rulings. They're allowed to do that. The judge can make that decision.
Yeah. But listen, the idea that they go, how many were there to begin with? 25 or something, and then they go not guilty for these 8, but guilty for these 7. Huh? I mean, isn't that a red flag to begin with?
Well, not really, because you can look on it from the perspective that the jury tried to do due diligence. Because
I'd see what you mean there.
Yeah, you've got 22 charges, you got 14 convictions, you got 6 they couldn't reach a verdict, and 2 not.
Or they could have had somebody on that jury that had some legal smarts, and they were like, "Hey, we can't go full blast on her, so we're going to have to make it look like, not saying this happened, but
you don't know, because there's a program in the UK on Channel 4, and it's called Jury Murder Trial. Now, in the UK, nobody knows what happens in a jury room, and the jury are not allowed post-case to talk about anything to do with the deliberations. Now, it was a dramatisation of a true court case.
Oh, I've heard the premise, yeah.
And they had 2 juries who did not know each jury existed. They were put in glass boxes that were curtained, and it looked like a proper court. But we were privy to what was happening in the jury deliberations, and you had people jockeying for position, or trying to sway people over to their point of view, punching the air when they got people to change their mind. You had people who were looking at their own personal experience. So, say domestic violence, because domestic violence had happened to them, they believed it happened in this case, where the ruling is you look at the evidence presented in court, nothing else. So I found it quite frightening, to be honest.
And did they give the same verdict, the 2 groups, or
no? One was innocent and one was guilty.
Amazing, yeah.
And the criminal community, they had top Crown prosecutors saying this is quite exciting, doing this sort of experiment, because we really don't know what happens in a jury deliberations. But I found it really quite frightening.
And there's so much emphasis being put on juries making the right decision when one of them's got it wrong, haven't they?
Yes, inevitably, yeah.
But it was how they were reaching their decision.
Yeah.
And trying to dominate their point of view, sort of thing.
And this jury was gender biased. This jury, wasn't it?
I can't remember, to be honest.
It was 8 women, 4 men, which is
I think so. Yeah.
2 to 1.
Could you imagine this one person that said, that got to leave the jury, if this been the case, that, hey, I'm going to throw a wrench in this. If you keep me here, this could have been, this could have been a problem. And then you had another one that didn't go along with the other 10. So I think it was by design, in my opinion.
I think I remember looking this up, and I think they could accept a 10 to 2 majority.
That's quite common.
They could do a 10 to 2, but they ended up doing a 10 to 1 majority.
He changed the rules midstream. I'm not saying he didn't have the ability to do that. I just think it's unfair.
I agree. I agree with you. And you know, that film with Henry Fonda, that's all about that one juror telling
Right.
the other 11 around, isn't it?
Was it One Just Man, the film?
It's 12 Angry Men. 12 Angry
12
Men,
Angry
and
Men.
Henry Fonda, like, he's the only person that's not guilty, and he turns them all around by the end. But we've got, but that's an interesting juror, that is, who gives not guilty for all. Not guilty for 12 of the verdicts, but he goes with the 2 quote unquote smoking guns, because they're full counts, aren't they?
Right.
But I think it was how he got them to themselves come to the innocence. I don't think he was trying to influence them in the way of, I believe this person's not guilty, so you've got to. He made them critically think themselves.
Oh, he did, yes. In the film you're talking about.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, there's one guy, he keeps saying, I want to go home, and that's what he just wants to go home. So he's dealing with all these prejudices.
I could imagine that the jurors on the Lucy Letby case were probably doing the same thing.
I can as well.
And that one, Mark, I think that one that caved in for the 2, I think he or she capitulated on that.
Yeah, it feels that way, doesn't it? It feels that way.
In this country, you're not allowed to interview jurors after the trial.
Right.
Well, but it's funny you should say that, because a juror on there's this other nurse called Ben Geen. I think it's the Ben Geen case,
No,
or is it
Colin Norris?
Sorry, it's Colin Norris. You're absolutely right. Thank you, Colin Norris. There's a juror that's been interviewed subsequent to his conviction. He's been in prison for the best part of 20 years, and one of those jurors says, "No, if I knew what I knew now, I wouldn't have said guilty."
I think what was said, I think he was quite careful in how he said it.
But
there's Melvin, there's a video called The Innocent Serial Killer. You will find it on YouTube.
Yeah.
It's a panorama investigative video. And Colin Norris is another nurse who's been convicted of murder, and it was 4 elderly patients in his case.
Was that in Scotland? Was that in Scotland?
Yes, it is, and
it was in Leeds.
Yeah.
Oh, is it? I thought it was in Scotland.
He was from Scotland.
Oh, right.
And it's an excellent video, because it's got, Vincent Marks, who's like the top insulin guy in the world. He's died now. They have a top biochemist. And anyway, as a part of it, they brought the foreman of the jury. And they said, if this evidence had been available to the jury, would it have had the same outcome? And he said no.
Yeah, exactly. That's what he said. No, he wouldn't have had the same. Yeah, he couldn't have done it in confidence, could he? He couldn't have done it. Couldn't have felt the same.
But he had to be careful how he answered it, because of not releasing what was said in the deliberations. But he did emphatically say no.
Yeah, he did emphatically say no. Yeah, but I think that's Colin Norris, and I don't think Mark McDonald's representing Colin Norris, but he is representing Ben Geen, isn't he?
Michael Mansfield is representing Colin Norris,
right?
And Michael Mansfield is the top human rights lawyer.
Yes, yeah, he was involved. Was he involved in the Birmingham 6 as well?
I'm not too sure.
Well, he was involved in with the alleged murder of Jill Dando, wasn't he? Of what's his name?
Oh yeah.
You know the guy. I can't remember. He went by the name of Barry Bulsara, but
I am.
Yeah, I've forgotten his name, but he went to prison for 8 years and he didn't get any compensation. But he was found, but on appeal he was released. Oh, I've forgotten his name.
Barry
Yeah.
George.
Barry George, thank you. Yeah, Barry George. So all these, but what about Victorina Chua? There's another nurse in Great Britain, Victorina Chua. I don't know if anyone's representing.
I don't know about Victor at the moment. There's Ben Geen, Victor, Colin Norris, and Lucy that I'm aware of, and both Ben Geen and Colin Norris were not long after Harold Shipman, so there was some hysteria about health professionals killing.
I'm somewhat hesitant about grouping people together because I don't know about like Ben Geen and things.
I'm with you on that, Mervyn. I don't know that case. Somebody asked me about that case, and I tried to look some information up on the Ben Geen case, and I know Carl Perkins. He talked about it on his channel one day, and I kind of listened to what his opinion was, and not to say that I'm siding with Carl completely on that, but there's certain aspects that, from listening to him and a few other people, I'm not sure that I'd want to lump all of them into one.
No, I don't think you can. And you see, that's what's been happening with Lucy, because how many times have they mentioned Beverly Allett in their emails, in the farewell?
Yeah.
You can't compare and contrast.
They've always wanted to pull Lucy Letby into Beverly Allett in some way, haven't they? They've really always tried to do that. But there are some people that are
on its own merit.
Yeah.
But see, they don't want to compare her to the Lucia DeBerk case, though, in the Thirlwall inquiry.
Oh, no. Oh, they definitely don't want to do that. No.
Or the Italian nurse.
I think like 2 days ago, the Sun and the Mirror interviewed. 2 days ago, the Sun and the Mirror done a story where they're interviewing Richard Gill, and the words Lucia DeBerk were the first time printed in the UK for ever. Like 2 days ago, they've only just mentioned it now.
Yeah, I was so surprised that video. So that's done with the Sun. It's on a YouTube account that's got best part of 7 million followers, but it's only got like about 5,000 views. It just really strikes me that there's some kind of a clamp down on this stuff.
Marvin brings up an interesting point about, like, for instance, about her name first time ever being brought up. I was thinking the other day, it's kind of odd that we haven't seen any like a Netflix series or any type of huge company who had talked about producing a documentary on the Lucy Letby case. If you noticed, you would think that would have came out by now. I think they're all very cautious. They're going to wait. Yeah, they're going to wait until the dust settles on this one, and it's probably.
Yeah, well, to be fair, right? If you're a multi-million-pound company or whatever, and it does cost a lot of money to create a documentary or anything on Netflix nowadays.
Because
if you start going down one, but if you start going down one avenue and make a story, and then if something changes halfway through, they're going to have to bin all that, and it's high risk with an ongoing saga.
Oh yeah, I could imagine. I wouldn't doubt if they didn't start one and then had to say, "Well, wait a minute, stop production. We need to."
Yeah, they might have already.
Oh, I bet they did. I bet there was a few of them.
Well, the other side of this is the dramatization and Jed Mercurio, which is all, and that you have these two very well-known actresses. I can't remember their names now. One mooted to play Lucy Letby, but it's all gone completely stum, all that stuff, because they're not going to do any of that because it's not the story. It's gone. That idea is gone now. And
you mean as a criminal or something?
Yeah, I mean, it was going to be a dramatization of it with your man Jayaram as part of the team, as part of the team. Not necessarily playing himself, but on board, literally on board that project. But it's gone completely dead. That idea is dead in the water.
You know, it's also kind of strange that none of them here when she got the first conviction, and then you know, in the first trial, and you know, they were just all out there. You know, the prosecution, the police department, the witnesses. You know, for the prosecution. Man, their faces were, I know over here, you know, when I first started, you know, looking at it, they were all over the place. Now you can't find, I think everybody went into hiding or something because you can't find anybody wanting to talk to the news media now. And it's kind of odd to me that now they've been called out, you know, from a perspective that they're either not believed or, you know, their stories changed a little bit from the Thirlwall inquiry. Now they don't want to talk.
Oh yeah, I mean that they can feel the wind, the change of wind. You know, the winds are changing really. Yeah.
Right. But you know, I think I know I would be if I was on that side of the fence, and even if they decided, the prosecution decided to bring something to the forefront on Lucy Letby now. I know these folks got to be afraid because they're going to get ripped up one side and down the other on the witness box.
They should just confess now.
I'm telling you.
I mean, the longer they leave it, the worse it's going to be, surely.
Because here's the thing. These folks that are working for Lucy Letby now, it's just no way they're going to be able, because here now they got public record at the Thirlwall inquiry they could use at a trial. Some of it contradicts what they said in the courtroom at the original trial.
Didn't the appeal judge say?
Yeah, J. Oram's testimony. Yeah.
Right.
Was contradictory.
Yeah.
Oh, that was very strong. Actually.
But you know, 19, I felt like he was giving Myers a heads up, saying, "Hey, this is just my opinion, having sat through, you know, cases and different stuff in court. I just feel like he was saying, well, I don't think this is your argument what it is today, but hey, you want to try this route." That's what I feel like he was saying. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah.
Agreed.
It's in a weird way, because they did it afterwards. Use it as the tip of the spear to deconstruct everything, to blow it apart. Yeah.
Right.
I think so too.
Because that wasn't what he was in there arguing that day, and I think the justice was like, I think your argument's here, not over where you're at today.
I think to be fair to Ben Myers, he only went in with a very simple process.
Right.
And I'm wondering if Myers knew he wouldn't get the appeal. So he didn't use any major argument that couldn't be used in the future.
And I agree with you, 19, because once you use it, you can't use it. And you've heard me, Mark and I have talked about that before, back and forth over the past several months, that I think that's calculated not only by Myers, and it's calculated by McDonald. Even now, you don't put all your eggs in one basket and throw them in there.
He was keeping his powder dry. Right.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be the trickle-down effect where they'll use one, they'll use one, no, they'll use one. You know, they're not going to lump them all in.
Yeah. He knew that jury was so overwhelmed that he probably expected it to work out the way it was going to be. Then maybe I don't know.
I've seen a lot of stories, and the news are saying, "Oh, this is Letby's last chance for this. This is Letby's last chance for that on appeal and stuff." But you can actually apply to the CCRC. There's no limit of times.
Right, Mervyn, that's the narrative that they've always wanted to say. I've seen articles when I first started looking at this thing, and I was like, man, it's over. It's over. But, you know, they do it by design because it's lies. They wanted to spread those vicious lies to get people off of it and to move on with their lives. And it's all by design, in my opinion.
I agree. It's meant to demoralize you and
right.
I forgot
get you to move on.
Yeah, exactly. That their ideal was to everyone to forget about this or let it into like the kind of the lore of serial killer lore type of stuff, and then just forget it, you know. Right.
I've had conversations with people because, you know, I've told you before, I kind of use different groups or sort of like think tank groups when I decide to talk about something that I want to do a video on, and it's different perspectives. And I've had people say, "Oh, but she's already had all her appeals. It says right here, she's exhausted all her appeal." For one, they don't even know what they're talking about most of the time.
Well,
You know, it's a leave for appeal. It's not an appeal.
For number one.
I'm never going to stop talking about it, and you know, I'm going to be doing something every week. I think it's not, and the people who know she's innocent aren't going to forget about it and go, "Oh, we'd leave her in there. It's all right." That's not going to happen.
No,
Mervyn, yeah, you're right, Mervyn. I tell you, you know, you guys probably saw me last week when I did the West Streeting video. I was like, man, I got to take a walk on this one. This guy, he's going to tell me what I can say and what I can't say. And then it made me want to do 10 videos a week, not just one or two, you know?
absolutely. I'm trying to find this.
I think he was using words like caution. I would caution people to, you know
why that is, because Wes Streeting in 2023, just after the trial, he went into Parliament and said, and got up when it was his turn to speak and said, right, "I'd like to give my congratulations to the brave JR and Brewery," and named them specifically. Right. And that's why, just because he doesn't want to lose face.
Right. Very inappropriate.
I was trying to think of this American case. I was trying to look it up just quickly there, Merlin, where there was these 3 young men accused of murdering 2 young boys, and it was a massive case in America. There was a group of like people on the internet and etc. trying to support these 3 young guys. They eventually got released, but it took a number of years. Does that ring a bell? I'm trying to think of the names of the
Mark,
case.
I couldn't tell you, because look, before the Lucy Letby case, and like I said, in my past career, I had a business of, you know, in law enforcement. My job was to arrest people and put them, you know, and testify and all that stuff. But the odd thing is, I never followed, like I've said before, Mark, I've never followed any type cases and had an idea or a thought that something was wrong.
Yeah,
I
understand that.
As I have with this case, I've never been.
Tell you everything?
What's that?
And doesn't that tell you everything?
Yeah, I've never had this strong gut feeling that this was not right.
Absolutely,
you know, I just couldn't stand by and say, "Hey, you know, just let this go." And but no, I've never really gone up and looked at other cases and studied those, and until, like I said, when I stumbled on this case with you know, watching the Dr. Todd Grande's analysis, which I totally disagree with both of them. But I've actually put it out there. I'd like to see him do another one, but this time I want him to read the case and, you know, everything that's available to the public before he makes his conclusion. Yes. I was very disappointed with his last analysis. You know, he based it on statistical analysis, and, you know, of course, he stuck with that same narrative, and I think he got tore up over it.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. Well, he's. I found out the case when you were saying that is it's called the West Memphis 3. The West Memphis 3. Does that ring a bell?
No.
It's, well, anyway, but it became actually is a case that a lot of ordinary people, whether they were law enforcement or ex-law enforcement, but ordinary people as well, pretty much like with Lucy Letby, they became very involved and they wouldn't let it go. And they eventually, these 3 guys were released.
And you know, Mark, that's what it takes. And I feel, you know, I've said this, I've commented, we've talked back and forth past several months. And, you know, I feel that more retired and even folks that are on the job now should really voice their opinion, because they know it's not right, but they don't want to say anything.
Yeah, they don't want to.
And I think it's ridiculous to sit. Now, there's been a few. I've had some comment on my channel, and I've seen others comment on several channels that steer more towards supporting Lucy Letby. Now I've seen it, and even on John Sweeney's podcast, there was an individual who was a former retired law enforcement on there.
Yeah,
on one of his podcasts, and he did an excellent job of explaining what he thought. And I admire him for doing that, but we need more of that.
I think so too, yeah.
He was up in the supervisory realm of things over in the UK, and I think that having him and many others, come out and say, hey, this doesn't look right. That's what we need.
I agree. I've seen now and again, I've seen someone who says that, well, I've seen them in the comments, people are saying that I'm a retired police officer, and it doesn't add up to me, but there's been a few.
Well, some do, and they think that, they think that she's guilty. Now, you guys have never heard me say whether I thought she was guilty or innocent. What I've said is what's happened to her, as far as what I can see, is the investigation, the prosecution, and convictions has shown me that there's inconsistencies and that there is contradictions that cause me to believe that there's a miscarriage of justice here. And if I had to lean one side or the other, and I'll tell you tonight, I believe that, and this is the first time I've said it, I believe that she is innocent of what she's been found convicted of.
Yes.
And that's the first time you've heard me say that. But I'll go out here on a limb tonight and say that.
I totally agree with you. I mean, that's where I've been for a long time. Yeah, I believe that.
I've leaned towards that, but I've been reluctant in saying about the guilt or innocent, because I wanted to find out everything that I could find out as far as what was released, to where the public could view. And after examining all that, and you've probably watched several of my videos. I think I've done a pretty thorough job of looking at maybe not the medical aspect of things, but looking at the information that's available to us. And it's pretty clear to me that there's a lot of errors and a lot of misjudgments, and how she got to where she's at. It's pretty sad. And I think, I'm sorry. I think what you're seeing.
Yeah. I was going to say, Merlin, like in America, I don't know if you've got the equivalent of the CPS or whatever it would be, like you send it to the state attorney or something, but
right.
The local police, I don't think you'd send this case off to them to send, you got to prosecute this case, would you?
I think if I had this case, no, I don't think it would ever made it to the prosecutor's office. And if it had, I think the prosecutor's office would have said, no, I don't think you have enough. And not only that, like I said earlier on in this, since we've been talking on here, I would have handled it completely different.
Yeah. But I would have thought that the case here as well.
Yeah, because I think the biggest thing that muddied this entire case up is for the police department to use Brewery and J-Ram to bring cases to them. Acting, and this is just my opinion, I think acting as surrogates for the police department and the prosecutor's office to bring them cases like that. And I've never heard of such, to be honest with you. Not to use the complainants who've actually filed a complaint. It'd be a different story if it would have been, in my opinion, if it had been Harvey or Chambers. If those guys would have filed a complaint and then Brewery or Harvey would have provided information, it would have been slightly different. I still would have had a problem. But to have the actual complainants bring you all the evidence that they're going to use, that's quite bizarre to me.
OMF, was it you who said that when someone brings a complaint that they're the first person who's looked at?
I don't know that I've ever said that. I could have, but I know they would have been on my radar if it would have been my case.
Like that. Yeah.
They definitely would have been on my radar, but I don't know to what extent the Cheshire Police Department looked at them. They may have. I can't say for sure how deep they looked at them. But like I said earlier, because they waited for so long, I don't know if they had the same original cell phones and iPads, or, because as we know that Dr. J said he looked up air embolus on his, I think it was his iPad when he was home. I don't even know that he still has that. I would have wanted to verify that. If he told me that he looked up that, because here's the thing, folks. Who looked up air embolus? Wasn't Lucy Letby.
No, exactly.
Who else looked up? Who in that entire hospital looked up air embolus?
Well,
they should have done a search.
Dr. J. J looked up air embolus. Now it's kind of, some people have it narrowed down, and I can't remember the exact date, but there's people that have narrowed that down when exactly he looked at that.
It will be within the emails to the other consultants.
19. I think you might have. That, don't you? Or have you talked about that before?
About the air embolism.
About when Dr. J looked that up.
With the email, I just think it's rather confusing that both Dr. J looked it up and Evans looked it up.
Yep. Very suspicious. Yes. I agree with you, 19.
I think it's quite confusing that both of them did that.
Yes, Stuart Gillam done a video on it, didn't he?
Well, here's what I would have. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
Here's what I would have done if it was my case and they came to me and told me Dr. J said he looked up air embolus. For one, I'd wanted to verify that when exactly he did that. Because if I determined as I was looking into this, he's the only one that looked up air embolus, I'd be suspicious of that. And then to come around, and then like 19 said, Dr. Evans had looked up air embolus as well. I would want to see and make sure that those two didn't corroborate that somewhere along the line. I know there's been information. I don't know if it's speculation or just talk that they had met at a conference or something. Go ahead.
In a way, and please don't take this literally, I feel a bit sorry for Cheshire Police because they've taken this at face value and ran with it. And what's worrying is, like I said earlier, that the consultants are used as investigators for the police. Right. Now, Thirlwall has also exposed that the police have used a consultant from Liverpool's Women's to look and identify cases.
All right.
Well, it worked for them the first time. I don't think it's going to work for them the second time. I think they'll try. If they try it again, I think they're foolish.
You see, it should be an external person,
right,
who comes in, who has nothing to do with any of the cases, any of the babies, has no unconscious bias, shall we say. And so it's completely neutral. It starts on a neutral footing, and then they go in and start going through the case notes.
But isn't that what they did at the Countess of Chester?
That's what the management did. They brought in the Royal College
RC,
of Paediatricians, but they were looking more from a process point of view, I think. But then they brought Dr. Howden in, who was from, I think, the Royal Free. And so they brought them in, but actually, I'm talking about the actual police.
Police, right.
Are obviously use Dr. B to to assist with the investigation, because he said that in police interviews that he was asked to go through some cases for Cheshire Police and found the insulin. Now, I think it's called a Dr. Yoxall, something. I may have the pronunciation wrong. In the Thirlwell inquiry, as a part of his statement, did have interactions and cared for some of the babies on the indictment because they were transferred to Liverpool Women's, and he was giving his statements about those particular cases. And then later on, when you go further down, Lucy Letby was named to Liverpool Women's because she had done 2 placements there, and he was nominated, instructed, whatever, to go through all the cases that, once again, not all the cases that went through the neonatal unit in the indictment period, all the cases that Lucy Letby had cared for. And he found suspicious cases. Now, as well, this particular doctor, and I'm not trying to put any problem with him, but he's also friendly with Brearley, because there's email interactions with them both where Brearley had asked him to look at his police statement in 2018 on, I think, Baby F, and somebody that this consultant knows is working with Brearley, either a family member doing work experience or something, because he names them by name and asks how are they doing. So there could be, and I do put a big question mark, there could be unconscious bias when you're going through these cases for the police, because by the time he was going through the cases, he was aware. That's why it really should be independent. A consultant that has nothing to do with that hospital.
Yes. Yeah.
And I'm not saying anything about the consultant that has done the investigations at Liverpool Women's. He's most probably a very honest, fantastic consultant, but I just believe that the police have to make their case watertight so there's no area of questioning, and they should not be using people who are potentially involved in any of the case. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, I mean, they've tainted the whole process. What they did with Bowen was just simply to send Evans's reports to her, plus and just the notes for those chosen cases. That's what they did. So they've tainted the whole process, and it's deliberate. It's deliberate to get what they want.
No, you see, I don't think the police were out to get her. I just think it was like a mess of circumstances that brought all this together.
The police weren't out to get her, but Drury and J.R.M. were.
I can't say on that. I really can't say on that. I believe, like I said earlier, there was a number of people who had a vested interest that the case went forward, whether it was conscious or unconscious. people benefited from the fact that there was a murderer.
Yes. And that can include the police. Once the police start to invest man hours and a huge amount of time and effort into it, they kind of want to get a result. Actually, they're not looking to clear someone. I think there's a motivation to really
Once it
to make this work for
reaches
them.
a
Yeah.
certain point, there should always be a going back.
There should be.
But I believe once things reach a certain point, it ends up like a runaway train.
I agree with you. It certainly does. And when they're literally spending millions of pounds on this, and they're thinking, well, we can't just shut it down and say we've been chasing after it's been a wild goose chase for like 2 years.
But I don't believe they thought they were facing a wild goose chase. I think people were convincing them, and
yes, I think
that
you're
it
right.
wasn't a wild goose chase, if you see what I mean.
I do, because they've got Evans there literally telling them this is a murder, this is a murder, this is a murder, this is deliberate harm.
Mark, if I can, real quick, I work.
Don't
Yeah,
have
sure.
the medical knowledge to be able to say, no, you're wrong.
Yeah, they can't refute it. They can't refute it. Yeah, exactly.
Mark, I worked for people. I worked for people that their job, like Detective Sergeant Paul Hughes, it's his job to make sure there's no witch hunt. I remember years ago working cases, and I would have a commander come down and say, hey, just make sure this is no witch hunt. And come right out and say that to people, you know, like on an investigation or whatever. And which I never did that anyway, but that's their job. When you're supervising other police officers, and you've probably seen me talk about that in videos about Operation Hummingbird. It was Paul Hughes's job to make sure that there was not a witch hunt.
Yeah.
And I think that's the proper terminology as to what happened. You know, when they came, you know, the two doctors came to the police department, you know, spreading or making complaints and spreading the same thing that they were spreading at the hospital, ended up at the Cheshire Police Department, and they just so happened to run with it.
Yeah, they have. I mean, you've got Paul Hughes saying there that we didn't just look at one person and we didn't just look at one thing. That's what he said. That's what he's telling us.
Well, right.
Is that true? Is that true?
Well, here's what he does. He holds up a daggone rota schedule, and those are the rest of the people. And that was the extent of it.
Yeah, that's it.
You follow me?
That's it. And what work was done pushing out any other causes? What actual work was done?
Do you know what Erin Powell, I can't remember.
Powell, yeah.
In one of her evidence statements in Thirlwall, she is quite clearly put out where Lucy was in respect to the deaths. And, you know, Lucy was in the rumour facing when this person died.
Yeah.
Lucy was not on the unit, you know, and her timeline, for the want of a better word, I find much more credible.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. I'm back to Baby K. You know, you got that work that I've forgotten her name again. Pauline Ralph did. Looking at where all those nurses were on that night, and I just think it's inconceivable that the Baby K case it should never have got anywhere near the first trial, let alone the second one. You know, it's just madness.
You know, it's heartbreaking that this nurse, who had always wanted to be a nurse, wanted to do her best and care for babies, and that's all she did. And you know, her crime is that she worked overtime. She said yes when was asked to swap her shifts, change her shifts. It's completely and utterly frightening.
Oh, it is. It's terrible. She's been punished for everything, for all her things to her credit.
No good deed goes
unpunished.
unpunished.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely that, Mervyn. Yeah, exactly that.
But you know, what's hidden in the darkness is always exposed by the light.
Yes.
You just need a few more torches to expose further. But I think Thirlwell, no matter what the intention was for this inquiry, has been the gift that keeps on giving.
I think you're right. I think you're right. Because
19, there was a Supreme Court justice that had a similar saying. I can't remember the exact wordings, but it was something along, there's no better disinfectant than sunlight.
Precisely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's spot on.
I mean, just keep giving them shovels and they'll keep digging themselves into deeper and deeper holes.
Well, I think our friend, our chief expert, you know, keep allowing him to go on to the media, because the more he says.
Yeah.
Are you talking about Evans? Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've always thought it's a great thing that he keeps talking. It's really, he should be encouraged to talk. But he's done enough already in a way, hasn't he? Really.
I don't know. Like I said earlier, Mark, I really feel like he's leaning more towards the way he talks. Like, I was just getting information from these other doctors, and we were doing all this together. He's kind of like stepped away from, where it was him getting, bombarded with, you said this, you said that. Now he's saying, well, we did this collectively, like I said earlier, and I think it's just going to continue where he's going to go down this road. And I think it probably eventually be like, I just said what they told me to say. Probably.
Yeah.
That's the way it seems like he's going.
I understand what you mean. I don't know, when he's saying the collective we, I don't know whether he means the 7/8
royal we or
professional.
No, I think he's talking about Brewery and J-Ram.
Well, I'm not sure whether he means all the other. He's using the collective power of all the other expert witnesses at the trial or not. I'm not sure.
Well, he possibly is, but I think he's lumping them all in there together. Here's what these two doctors were telling me, and then this other group got together, and then I think he even threw the pathologist in there into the mix too. One article that I had read. So he's putting everybody in it, where before he was battling out himself. If you look at the interviews,
he's got to get ammunition from somewhere. He's got to get He's got to get sort of soldiers from somewhere, really.
Right. He's dragging everybody else. He's dragging everybody else in it with him, because now he's not taking it. He's not taking the heat on his own. And I tell you, I think it's going to get sticky for everybody else. I think when it comes around.
Yeah, when they start turning on each other.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
If there is a weakest link, it's going to be Evans. They're going to turn on Evans, I think. I think they will. I don't know. Maybe.
You know, it's awful, because we need a big hose pipe to hose all the mud off, so we can see the truth and what really happened.
I'm assuming we're kind of being told that already by Dr. Shu Lee and the panel in that sense. But do you mean in terms of how it was manufactured? 19, the whole.
I think how everything came about.
How it all came about to be constructed.
All the processes that brought this together. Because to me, it's like walking in glue.
Oh yes, it is very sticky, and it's a morass. It's a morass of kind of it's very dark, actually, the whole thing. And I think if it's true what somebody told me in a comment that Jairam's looking in a terrible state, then it's because they know what they're involved with, really, and it's something very horrific, you know.
For me, I I don't want to accuse anybody of skullduggery
I will.
or anything like that. I believe this has been a runaway train that has taken a life of its own.
But it has to involve a great deal of moral cowardice and deception and kind of self-protection in order to allow it to perpetuate in that way. There can't be. There's not an easy excuse to kind of slip out of this. Really, I don't believe.
Most probably not, but I don't think it started with any skullduggery.
Well, my feeling for a long time now has been they didn't expect or want it to go this far. They didn't even want it to go this far, let alone expect it to go this far. They wanted her off the unit. That's my view. They wanted her out of Dodge, and that was it. That would have been enough for them.
What makes me question is if Lucy had accepted, because I think they were even offering her a job at Liverpool Women's and to pay for her masters.
Yeah, they were as part of the.
Makes me wonder if she'd accepted that and gone, if there would have been any court case.
No, I don't think there would have been. I mean, she wanted to go back to Chester. I mean, the offer to her was to do a master's and to get this secondment, but it wasn't to take her away from the Countess, as far as I remember. It was, and that's the last thing that these other people wanted. They didn't want her back.
Well, that's the whole point. They only went to the police when she insisted on coming back to the ward.
I know.
Yeah,
I mean, that tells you everything, doesn't it?
All I can say is she must have had the folly of youth, because how she could have believed it was tenable for her to go back. I'm not saying it's right.
Well, all of her friends, she wanted to go back. She missed her friends, the nurses. She had it was a working family, wasn't it?
Yeah, I get that. But, how can you work with 7 consultants who have accused you of such a heinous crime? I'd be frightened. I'd be terrified of going back.
But she said, I think it was in some of the police interviews, I can't remember the source, but she was, they were asking about, she didn't tell her parents that she wasn't working on the ward anymore because she was embarrassed. And, she wanted to for everything to go back to normal.
And she's buying a house up there. I mean, where is she gonna? She's gonna have to completely change her life.
She was within driving distance of Arrow Park, Liverpool Women's. I can understand. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to diss her in any way.
No, I know you're not. I know you're seeing it from the point of view. She could have saved herself from this. Somehow she could have saved herself.
But
with
I'm
hindsight,
not saying it's right.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not.
Why should she have?
Why should she? Yeah.
Had to have left. But I think sometimes in life, and it comes more with age, you have to choose your battles.
I suppose what she could never have foreseen is that she wins the grievance but ends up being a serial killer.
She won that battle and then lost that war.
But she lost the war because she never have imagined that was possible in this world. And That's what struck me to the heart, is the idea. When I first got gripped by this, is the horror of it, the horror of that happening. It shouldn't be possible what they've done, but they've made it happen.
And I think, you know, she was a young girl with what should have been quite a happy life ahead of her.
Yes.
You know, and I don't know when she wrote the post-it notes, because they never...
I think it was after she was arrested, they said.
Was it afterwards? And she was self-prophesizing. So by that time, she could see the road it was going down after the arrest. I'm never going to marry, I'm never going to have children. You know, you could see she knew the police were either getting involved or were involved at that time, and she could you know, in some way imagine the road she was trotting down, but I doubt she truly believed that was going to happen at that time.
And it was too late for her to turn back then, because that train we're talking about, that runaway train, has left the station and it's moving and it's building up speed at that point.
Well, you know, Mark, I've said this before. I think that she just thought they were going after her about her practice. I don't think she knew at that time that.
Yeah, she said, didn't she? She was. She thought it was because of her.
Yes.
She was worried that it was she was doing something wrong in her practice, and you know, she wasn't doing it right, so she was worried about that.
Absolutely. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry, beg your pardon.
Not only that, when I think this was brewing for quite some time, and it probably all started with baby Noah Robinson. I think it all started back then, and they were running around there a little squeamish, because remember when she was talking to Dr. A about, you know, her practice and all, and he said, "Oh, I'll write a statement for you." And I'm not saying the exact words, but he'd write a statement for her. And, you know, 19 can tell you about, you know, police work operates in the same way of like hospital work. Whenever there's something that goes wrong, they're going to want statements. And that told me, when she said that with Dr. A about, you know, "Oh, I got your back, I'll write a statement for you." And you know, not to get too sidetracked off of what we're originally talking about, but, you know, she was crushed when Dr. A came in there. You know, people, the guilters, wanted to say, "Oh, it's because they had a relationship and this, that, and the other." But really, in reality, he told her that he had her back, and he'd write a statement for her, saying that her practice was, you know, spot on pretty much, and that didn't happen.
I wonder when he turned on her, because post the grievance, she had been agreed that she could go to Liverpool Women's for observation, wouldn't have you know, hands-on contact with patients, and he organised that for her. So I reckon when she was arrested, that's when he turned.
Yes, I think that's right.
Yeah. I think they probably used him like they used Brewery and J-Ram. I think, this is just my opinion, I think police probably used Dr. A. That's why he worked out a deal with him to keep him anonymous, because I think that he would go back, and whatever he wanted to feed to Lucy, he fed her information. This is just my opinion. They probably used him as much as they could.
I've heard other people say similar to that, but, you know, you were right, she was crushed. Now, I believe there was a flirtatious relationship, which hadn't progressed, and he There was over 1,600 messages between them, and if you look, I think it's the Times that has the reasons why each person was given anonymity. It had to go before a judge. And
Yes.
he put it was an unrequited friendship, that she was obsessed with him and had even looked his wife up on Facebook.
Takes two to tango, my friend.
Well,
Oh,
1,600
Yeah,
messages.
I've had relationships where I don't think I've had that many text messages between the two.
But you know what would be nice, 19, is if the public could see all of them, and let's see who had the most messages.
oh, I think it's him. I think it's him trying to effectively court and seduce.
For sure, yeah.
I believe.
But they tried to paint her like she was some kind of floozy, and it didn't even rise to that level, and it was ridiculous.
No,
And the indictment started before he even started at the trust. So the assumption that she was trying to get his attention by harming people can't be right.
Right, but
for sure, 19... he was definitely flirting with her. It was not he was definitely pursuing her from an outsider reading it.
You know, the ridiculous part in all that, 19, is that you're right. He didn't come on scene till about baby L time frame, and yet people that don't know the case and they haven't filed it, they'll try to make you believe he's been there the whole damn time from A to Q.
No, and I think the changeover of doctors is normally the 1st of August.
Yep.
So I think he would have arrived on scene in August 2015.
Right.
August 2015. I mean, the point of Dr. A, the utility of him for the prosecution was to make up this vague Munchausen by proxy idea.
Right. That would have put him somewhere around baby F, baby E, baby F.
That, you see, you know, some people come out of sync, so it may not have been the 1st of August, but that is the doctor changeover date.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just think he was just used. He was used by the prosecution, and I think he was happy to be used because he wasn't going to side with her anymore.
Family life.
Because he's married and he's got children, and it's become an open thing now, and he's going to have to switch the roles, and he's going to have to reframe it as her chasing him now, and that's the betrayal. That's his betrayal, I think.
That's why she was crying when he came.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, exactly.
Right, I agree. That's what I was saying. That here he makes a claim when something happened to one of the babies. I can't remember which one. He's like, "Yeah, I'll write a statement, Lucy.
Yes, he did.
Your practice is good," and then he comes in there and does quite the opposite. But people can't see that.
Yeah,
that's what crushed her.
He says that to her, and she says to him, "Well, I hope I won't need one. I hope I don't need one."
Well, I wish she would have known better at that time.
And I can understand her panicking when she texted him and said, "I've just had a phone call from my manager. I'm not to go in work tonight. Right. I've got to start working days tomorrow." I panic. Anybody in a job would panic.
She probably thought he said something negative about her.
You know, it's and he'd met her for lunch, and they'd been to Cheshire Oaks together. They'd planned a day trip to London. Now this is an unrequited friendship.
Right. I think. Yeah. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. You go ahead, please.
Right. I think I think you hit the nail on the head right there, 19. I think we should be able to see all those messages and see who did the, who was contacting who, because it seemed like to me that just the brief ones seemed like he was chasing after. I agree with Mervyn. I think Mervyn agrees the same, that he was chasing after her.
But you see, again, this is all the red herrings of the prosecution, isn't it?
It is, because if there are no crimes, it doesn't matter who Dr. A is to her. It doesn't matter what Facebook searches there are. It doesn't matter. This is all the flim-flam around it, isn't it? This is all the tawdry.
I'm just going to... Sorry.
Yeah, I was just about to say, the whole of... go on, you go ahead, Marvin.
Very sorry. I was just going to say, what wife would let... If there's any women listening now, what wife would be comfortable with their husband having 1,600 text messages with another woman?
Yeah.
A younger single woman.
Most probably didn't know.
Exactly. That's what I mean. It was definitely him flirting and pursuing that kind of avenue. I've clocked him.
Yeah, I agree, and he's about 14 years older, 12, 14 years older, something like that at the time. He's in his late 30s, isn't he? Nearly 40.
I think that the sad thing is that, he obviously supported her even after the grievance, because the place, of observation at Liverpool Women's for his own covering his own back, for the want of a better word, abandoned her.
Yeah.
Right.
And he may to this day still feel she's innocent, but because of fear of reprisals from, God knows how many aspects, from family life to career-wise to police-wise, he just felt he had to double down and walk away. And for me, I was always brought up with, you tell the truth. My dad used to say, you can lock up from a thief, but you can't from a liar. My dad hated liars.
Yeah, I can understand.
It's sad that this case has exposed to me the fear that people must have within them, professionals, to backtrack and to cover their own backs, because it has been obvious some of that has been done within the case.
I've just been struck by the conversation. It's led me to this feeling. It's not a new feeling necessarily, but I think the majority of people involved in building this so-called this story about fake story about Nurse Lucy Letby, I'm not sure the majority believe in her, absolutely believe that she's done this at all. It's almost like this machine that's been formed around them once the police get involved and Evans is involved, and they just say, well, it's not me, I didn't say it, I didn't say she was guilty, the jury said it, or Evans said it, or the police said it. What can I do?
I just believe this conviction is completely unsafe.
Oh, totally, yeah, totally unsafe.
And that is all that should be needed for it to be completely re-looked at again.
Well, personally, I would just want it to be quashed and Lucy Letby to be released like tonight, but it's never going to be retried. It's not going to be retried though, is it? 19. I don't think it's going to be retried, is it?
I think for me, to plump for a retrial is the wrong tact, because then that is saying crimes were committed. Or potential crimes were committed.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
You know, but as an individual, I think I'd be saying I want a retrial because I want the world to know I am innocent.
Yeah, but if they quash it, won't that tell them that she's innocent?
I think with the, you know, like the Malkinson case, his is indisputable because of the DNA.
Yeah.
But if there wasn't the DNA and they still said he hadn't done it on some other reason, because it was 17 years ago, I think people would just automatically believe he was innocent. Because this is still, it's a very emotive case because of the people involved. I don't know if people will just automatically say, yes, she's innocent, because it was only 2 years.
There almost has to be a kind of, like the court is a kind of theatre. There has to be another show put on in a way to actually display it, doesn't there?
So you think having the retrial and the jury saying not guilty on all the counts is going to be better for the public than for a judge to quash it and throw it out?
I think that what happens is the judges do quash it, and then a discussion happens with the Crown Prosecution Service if they want a retrial. I don't know, to be honest. I think going down the road for a retrial gives the impression that potential crimes had been committed.
Yeah.
But I was talking from a personal perspective, but with people, because there's nothing stranger than folk. Even if God Almighty came down tomorrow and said she was innocent, there will still be people who will feel she's guilty.
Yes.
What about like, couldn't they put her in some sort of witness protection thing where they just give her a whole new identity when they release her?
They did that to Maxine Carr, didn't they?
Maxine Carr, which one was that again?
The Sower murders.
Sower murders.
She was the wife. Oh, she was the girlfriend of the Ian Huntley. But I don't know anything. I thought she was involved in it as well, but obviously not.
No, her involvement was perjury, and
that's it. Yeah.
Obstructing, I don't know the correct term, but perverting the course of justice, because she gave him an alibi, didn't she?
Right.
But with Nurse Lucy Letby, can we not compare her to Lucia de Burgh?
Yeah,
and the fact that she was allowed to be seen as a victim of the system. And
yeah, I wasn't comparing Lucy to Maxine Carr.
Oh no, absolutely not.
I was just saying
about witness relocation and all.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. I mean, what I mean is there a way out that doesn't involve? I mean, the thing is about the Dutch system; it's a different system, isn't it? Because they've just got. It was not the adversarial system in Holland, so that's slightly different.
I think if her case is squashed and there's no retrial, it's squashed. But sorry. But it's there will always be people, and it doesn't matter if she had a retrial. there'll always be people who think she's guilty, and she will always be looking over her shoulder.
Yeah.
And that
It's
is
unfortunate.
the really saddest part of it all.
Yeah.
So in a way, if there was a kind of almost like the, not performance, but the show of the trial to show that the new defense absolutely obliterates what the old prosecution was. That's what's needing. And we've had a bit of that so far, but it's not been in a forensic setting, is it?
Like if there was a crime and then they found another perpetrator, it would be different. But because of the nature of it, like 19 says, there are going to be people who are.
We're having to. What the job here at hand is to make the public believe there were no crimes, and that's what they kind of wedded. A lot of people are still wedded to the idea that there were murders, aren't there? That's what it is.
Well, I think people naturally think no smoke without fire.
Yeah.
Where that's not always the case.
But I think it is tipped over in the last few months, I think, and people. I mean, you've got this, 180,000 views from the Private Eye video recently, or maybe a couple of 100,000 now. I think it's really building up into. I've counted hundreds and hundreds of comments where people are saying, "Well, this is a cover up. This is a."
Oh yeah. I mean, there's definitely a change now when you look at anytime there's a video and you look at comments. There is, it is moving in the right direction. But it just still needs the official seal of approval.
It does. It does.
Unfortunately, because of our justice system, the only route to go down is to the CCRC. And we need, I think out of this case, what will come is a review of the justice system, review of how healthcare workers are investigated. I think there will be some big changes that come out of this case.
Yeah, I think she's going to be one of the most important figures of our time for that. I mean, for the wrong reasons, but also for other reasons, just for a shake-up in things.
Just going back to the Royal Society of Statisticians, in their reports of healthcare workers that are accused of a criminal act, it quite clearly states in there that the accusers of a crime should not be the investigators of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
And that came out prior to the court case.
Yeah.
And it's still being ignored because not that Liverpool Women's is accused of the crime, but they have involvement within the case.
Well, also, who was it in the public inquiry who pointed out that there's no point in doing these public inquiries when at the end you come up with these recommendations, they make these recommendations, and nothing happens with them.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thirlwall has pointed that out themselves.
Yeah.
They did a review of all the public inquiries.
About the blood. Do you remember about the blood issue? The tainted blood or something, and nothing happened with that.
Oh, yes.
Gosh. The lessons should be learned and measures should be put into place after these public inquiries, and it should be mandatory that they're adopted.
Well, I'm just wondering whether the one of the potential biggest outcomes of this is whether the whole of the neonatal services throughout the whole UK are essentially investigated or retrospectively investigated for deaths that have been happening over a long period of time.
Well, look, one thing that I'm quite surprised of, and they did post in Thirlwall recently, is I'm sure it said 18, but I'm sure I seen on a graph that it was 21 neonatal deaths. And they pointed that in Thirlwall put in evidence that they'd investigated these deaths, but it was only the front page. There was no the attachments you could see were 2 Word documents, but they weren't published.
I can't. Yeah, that's really annoying on the Thirlwall documents. So often on the emails, there's like 4 or 5 attachments, and you're like, where are these? I want to see them.
Yeah. So really, we don't know what the outcome of that was, or their methodology, or and the high stillbirths, coincides with the high neonatal deaths, and I think I think in the Kent inquiry of the maternity scandal, babies who had actually breathed were being registered as stillbirth. A coroner does not need to be involved with a stillbirth.
Yeah, that's been a big issue, the miscoding of early neonatal deaths as stillbirths. Yeah.
Were any of these babies that had been coded as stillbirths not stillbirths?
Well, exactly. Yeah, that's what with the original FOI data from 2018. That's what it was looking like, but they changed up all the data in 2023. They really rearranged a lot of it, and I don't know which lot to believe now, really. And now Thirlwall has put out this new lot of information, which includes deaths that happen at other hospitals.
Yeah.
So they've got this new figure of 18 for the full 2015, 2016 period.
Mark, you and I had talked about the totals many times over the past several months, and we still can't keep them straight.
We can't keep them straight because there's. I don't know whether you believe them now, whether you believe them the last time or the original time. I don't know.
I don't even think they know.
I don't believe they know either. I mean,
I don't think they know. And I'm going to tell you why I think that is because, like we've talked about, and I hate bringing up the CQC all the time, but it states plainly in there in the 2016 report that there was 9 stillbirths reported between June and October. And this was around the time frame. I think there was reporting that the NHS had gotten caught. I think 19 was touching on that a little bit. They got caught putting neonates over into the stillbirth category.
Yes.
And their excuse has been that a neonate can go over into the stillbirth category if it's hours or a day old. And what I learned from that reporting was that it was based on if it was a stillbirth and the family got X amount of dollars. And if it was a neonate, they would get X amount of dollars, but it would be more, the amount would be more on a neonatal death than it would be on a stillbirth death. So it appeared that they were putting them over in the stillbirth category to save money. That's the appearance it gave.
Yeah, and there's another thank you. And there's another factor of the idea of having post-mortems as well. I think that figures into this as well.
Right.
Well, it's not under the coroner's remit.
Yeah, it's not under the coroner's remit for stillbirths, is it? No.
Well, I don't know how they work over in UK, but I know for us, like if I had a death investigation, I would call the medical examiner. There would be a field medical examiner that would come out to wherever that scene was, whether it was an institution, hospital, or alongside the road or whatever. The medical examiner would come out, and we would make a collective determination whether that person had to go downtown. And what you probably heard me say that before, going downtown for an autopsy the next day. And then I would go to that autopsy. And back in the day, we were right there on the floor next to the medical examiner or the doctor doing the autopsy, and you would take notes and you would discuss certain things, and at the end of it you would have a meeting in the office and you'd talk more about findings and conclusions about things. Sometimes they couldn't be settled in that day because of other tests that had to be conducted, but it seems like in this case none of that ever happened up front.
This whole investigation was done, well, the investigation and the decision that there was a crime, there were more than one crime, a series of crimes, was all basically done on pieces of paper. It was all done on notes. That's what this thing is about. It's about pieces of paper, actually.
Yeah, it's just the way it's set up is just confusing to me, Mark. I know how investigations are supposed to go, and that couldn't be, in my mind, I was like, it couldn't be that different in the UK than the way a case is supposed to work, especially in a case of what we call attended deaths.
Yeah.
Where they're under the supervision. When this death occurs, they are under doctor's care. And I've never heard of what's happened. Like we've said many times, you take the Noah Robinson case, that's the way those were supposed to work.
Well, that's
and why
right.
they didn't work that way, I don't know. Somebody should answer to that, though.
You get this guy ringing up, or allegedly ringing up the NCA. It's his kind of case, and he can overturn 6 postmortems.
Yeah, I mean, if you're saying whoever done the postmortems got it wrong, why aren't you dragging him up in front of the court saying you're not doing your job right?
Well, exactly, yeah.
Right. Well, what's bizarre about that whole thing, and maybe 19 knows, is that why are they going to these other places for postmortem?
I think it was the
hospital. They went to the children's hospital.
It was the place where the standard place where they usually did it, I think.
I think it's because that's where the pathologist and the neonatal pathologists were based.
George Kakai.
See, what's confusing about that to me is if there's a concern, then, like I said, we would notify the medical examiner. The medical examiner, like I said, they would go downtown, which I would consider downtown would be the coroner's office in Cheshire, just like baby Noah.
And the coroner said nobody raised any concerns with him, didn't they?
But they didn't raise any concerns.
No.
So
and Reinhardt even. I'm sorry.
We would, if they'd raised concerns, they would have been a home office pathology. So a government pathologist would have been there.
Right. Well, it goes back to like what we were saying with Baby D's mom. She went to the coroner's office, talked to Reinhardt. And then not only that, in 2016, I think it was in October, there was a meeting with regard to one of the babies. I can't remember which one it was. And I think Dr. J had an opportunity at that meeting to talk to Dr. Reinhardt about that particular baby, and that didn't happen, according to Reinhardt. That was in October of 2016.
Right. Wow.
Which I find quite bizarre, actually.
Well, I think it's been an amazing discussion. We're at like 5.5 hours now, coming up to, and we've covered a lot of ground. I think I'm going to perhaps bring it to a gentle close now. But I thank you all, and thank you so much, Merlin and Mervyn and 19 and everybody in the chats, and everybody's commented and everybody's listened. I think we've really covered a lot of ground there and discussion, and
absolutely.
And it's been very interesting, and I only see this going one way, and I see it with Nurse Lucy Letby being released, but it's just a matter of when. I don't know how everyone else feels about that.
I agree, and thanks for having me on, Mark. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's great, fantastic. Fantastic to have you, all three of you on, and fantastic to have everybody here commenting, and also listeners as well, listeners stroke commenters, and Merlin, Marvin, and 19 there. You've been fantastic.
Thank you.
It's been
thank you, Mark.
Cheers. All the best. Have a great day, night there. It's it's 4:30 in the morning here, so we've pulled an all-nighter nearly. So
absolutely.
All best to you. I'll say good night for now, and good night to everybody.
Bye bye.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for everything. Take care. Bye bye.